Welcome to Enabling Patient Access to Health Data for Actionable Results. My name is Tom Deneen with Kaufman & Associates and will be assisting with the logistical support for this Zoom session. To ask questions, click the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. Additionally, we ask that you select the speaker view option located at the top right side of your Zoom interface. This will allow you to see the speaker as they present or share information. If you need technical assistance during the session, please type the issue into the chat box and one of our techs will respond to you. Finally, please be aware that today's session is being recorded. Closed captioning is available by clicking the CC icon at the bottom of your screen. Please welcome Andrea Palm, Deputy Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you. Thanks to our colleagues at ONC and CMS for inviting me to be with all of you today. And thanks to all of you for joining us for this afternoon to exchange ideas about how patients can use their data to be active participants in their health and in their care. Patients have access to their electronic health information is a really important thing, not only for us here in leadership at the Department of Health and Human Services, but more broadly here in the Biden-Harris administration. And when Congress passed the 21st Century Cures Act in 2016, they set an expectation for all of us that information sharing would be the norm. A variety of HHS regulations have taken steps to enforce the Cures Act portions on information blocking. But regulatory action is just really one piece of the puzzle. And we're committed to working with our stakeholders to make the tools available to patients to access, use, and share their information. We really do need collectively to get this right. It's one thing to have the information securely available and unblocked, but it's just as important to make sure that that information is used and useful to patients so that they are able to access it to improve their own health. It also needs to be useful to our providers and our payers who are interacting in a much more regular way with the data and with the patients that they serve. Let's also recall that it's critical to do this work because of its impact on our broader efforts to improve equity in our healthcare system. It's the policy and the mission of the Biden-Harris administration to pursue a comprehensive approach to advancing equity for all. And this includes communities that have historically been underserved, providing everyone with the opportunity to reach their full potential. Information can do so much to help identify health disparities and then to inform efforts to improve the overall health and well-being of individuals, communities, and our population at large. All of this is going to take a lot of hard public-private sector work. So I'd be remiss not to acknowledge how amazing it is that we have so many stakeholders who are critical to the conversation today. We'll hear from federal partners, patients, patient advocates, developers, payers, and providers. And as I understand it, we've got over 1,800 folks in the audience representing an even more diverse set of stakeholders. Thank you so much for your participation and your commitment to this really important issue. And finally, it is my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, who importantly to this event is a patient. Mike Graglia leads SYNGAP Research Fund, which he founded with his wife in 2018 when his son was diagnosed with a rare genetic disorder at the age of 4. He's a passionate patient advocate and a dad on a mission. I'm grateful that he is here to share his story and how families like his can harness the power of information access. So thank you again for having me. Have a really good day together. And Mike, thank you so much. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Palm. I appreciate the introduction. Let me share my screen. Okay. You guys see this? Yeah, okay, great. So my name is Michael Graglia. This is my presentation. There's a link here, syngap.fund/ONC. You can also use the QR code. If any of these slides are of interest, you are welcome to use them. This is my son, Tony, at the age of 3. He had had a seizure and we were in a hospital doing an EEG. There's 26 electrodes being glued to his head, and he had to wear this backpack for 2 days while we gathered his brainwaves in an effort to understand what was going on with him. It was already evident there were delays at the age of 2. His clear seizure at 3 led to the EEGs, which led to a year of genetic testing, chromosomal arrays, gene panels, RNA sequencing. We received a pathogenic diagnosis on his first birthday, as was mentioned in the introduction. This was my introduction into the world of genetic rare disease, and I had time to learn a lot of new words. This was a painful process that a lot of people fall through, but that's a story for another time. I was handed a piece of paper that said SYNGAP1 C3583 -9G to A de novo pathogenic. And what I was told was that that address was a typo on a gene I'd never heard of called SYNGAP1. It was de novo, which meant it happened when sperm met egg and Tony didn't get it from mom or dad, and it was pathogenic. Pathogenic meant that because of this one typo on one copy of SYNGAP1 gene, which is in every cell of his body, he does not have enough of this critical protein in his brain. I was told my son would have refractory, which means untreatable epilepsy, autism, and significant intellectual disability, as well as other complications like disordered sleep. For the rest of his life, I was told there was no treatment. The only good news was that it was not life-limiting, but he would require care for the rest of his life, which would be longer than mine. Every parent in the room is probably getting chills if they think about this being told to you about your own child. This answer was unacceptable, so my wife and I created SRF, as was discussed. I'm going to take a brief minute to explain SYNGAP to you. Don't worry, this slide isn't as scary as it looks. The gene was discovered in 1998. The first patient was found in 2009. That was only 14 years ago. This disease was not found in humans until 14 years ago. Tony was diagnosed in 2018. In 2019, some studies came out. It was in 2020 that we launched our medical records effort, and SYNGAP was associated with autism, driving a lot of research. A year later, we secured an ICD code from your colleagues at CDC. It required a ton of work. And in the past couple of years, a number of companies have started working on genetic therapies, in part due to the hard work of SRF. I share this with you just to give you context of how new this is and how small and rare we are. In the past 5 years, SRF has committed over 4 million to grants. We have 20 families on our board. We've profiled hundreds of patients on our site, set up sister organizations in multiple geographies, put over 200 patients into our medical records system, supported 25 institutions, had webinars, counted 1,300 patients around the world. And in addition to the ICD-10 code I mentioned, we're already working on an ICD-11 with the WHO. But I'm here today because of those 218 patients I mentioned that are in Citizen. And I'm just going to take a minute to talk about Citizen. Before I do that, I want to tell you why it's so important. In the work we've done at SRF, I very quickly understood that with no treatment, my child's future was really not good. And I started asking science questions about how fast we could make a drug. They turned out to be the wrong questions. The science was there, we just had to fund it. The question was, how would we get it approved? How does the FDA approve a drug when they barely understand a disease because we've only had it in humans for 14 years? How do we describe this disease fast enough to create the data needed to get through regulatory approval? I thought I had a science and a medicine problem, but I actually have a regulatory problem, which brought me to patient data. Where were we going to get the millions of dollars to study the progression of this disease? And what about the years that it would take? These were the questions I was wrestling with years ago when I threw myself into medical records. And I want to point out to HHS, even though I described SYNGAP as an ultra rare disease caused by one typo on one gene, there's about 900 other monogenic diseases right behind me. So the story I'm talking about is one that is going to happen again and again and again. In order to address the problem of patient data, I partnered with a company called Citizen. I'm going to talk through this very quickly. I am not a shareholder in Citizen. I have no stock, but I am a big fan of this organization. They have helped me tremendously. Patients sign up for Citizen. They consent using the patient's HIPAA right of access. Citizen then collects all their medical records, puts them in a portal. Humans and robots go through those records, extract data, and create a standardized, normalized data set. This results in the patients getting a portal with all of their medical records in one place and a nice summary. And it results in researchers and industry being able to get that normalized, standardized, de-identified data and do research. Both of these things have been game-changing for us. SRF launched our partnership with Citizen in 2020. Because of the groundwork I did, we recruited 50 patients in the first 2 days. Since then, we've collected over 2,000 different records. We're delivering currently a data set with 200 patients to industry. While that doesn't sound like much, that is half of the diagnosed US population that I'm aware of. That's 50,000 different data points from 600 providers. To date, 3 pharma companies have licensed this data. We have multiple posters and multiple publications in the works because of this data. SYNGAP is going to set a record for how fast you can take a new disease, describe it, and get a drug delivered. I'm committed to this. This is what my portal looks like, all the different PDFs that Citizen has collected over time from all the different providers. That's over 11,000 pages of medical records on a 9-year-old boy. Fortunately for me, Citizen has gone through all those records and extracted critical data points from every year of Tony's life, so I can very quickly go back and remember things that were very important, but I was too overwhelmed at the time to remember them. So this is an important tool for me. And this is a poster recently published by Children's Hospital of Philadelphia using this data, describing how the phenotype presents, when the seizures begin, what drugs our kids are on, which drugs work and which drugs don't. This is incredibly valuable data that most diseases at this stage do not have. And it's all because we went back into the medical record and extracted it in partnership with Citizen. The alternative was flying hundreds of kids to a medical center, poking them, prodding them, and subjecting them to data collection that would have been more expensive, more time consuming, and completely unnecessary because those tests had already happened and they were in the medical records. So I hope I've convinced you at this point that I'm a big fan of medical records and I've taken full advantage of them being available to patients. And I just want to share briefly what I've learned in the process, which I think is actually why you invited me to talk today, but I wanted to share this context. The wins working with Citizen have been significant. The ability to painlessly share medical records with physicians is just, I cannot articulate how powerful this is, right? My son has been to multiple medical centers, 11,000 pages. People call me when I go to them for second opinions or specialist therapies or whatever, they say, please fill in these 37 forms. And I send them one link from Citizen. And I say, here's this full medical record. Look up whatever you want, it's searchable. And they say, I don't know about this. I don't know about HIPAA. I said, this has nothing to do with HIPAA. I'm giving you permission, go through the record. So the ability to share these records for second opinions has been incredible. Number 2, free access to notes has just been game-changing. When I log into my chart and I go to an appointment where I know something important happened because I'm looking for a piece of data, a dose, a diagnosis, a level of drug, a decision to change a drug, those notes are generally empty. Those notes are generally empty. Right? I can get to the record for the meeting, but the institutions put nothing there. Citizen, on the other hand, extracts the full record, and all of our patients have started going to Citizen to read those notes, to understand what the doctor was thinking. This has been revelatory for many of us and painful at times, because you go back and you read what the doctor was thinking and you compare it to what the doctor said, at least what you were able to absorb, and there's a discrepancy there. Citizen has helped people find diagnoses and find out about diagnoses. So what I mean by this is some people have gone back and read notes and realized, oh, my child also has an ADD diagnosis, also has an ADHD, a hypotonia, even an autism diagnosis. People have been able to go into Citizen, and because of the way it's structured and because it's all there, they've been able to learn things about their patient that maybe they weren't told, or maybe they just didn't absorb. Because you have to understand, we've all been in the doctor's office getting news we didn't want to hear. Sometimes it's hard to absorb that information in that moment in time. Patients have also gotten results faster through Citizen, through a third party getting the data, through HIPAA right of access from the hospital. We've gotten our information faster than it was given to us by the said institution. Sometimes because I don't know why, frankly, other than maybe people are titrating the information and doctors are choosing whether or not to release it. But the speed and the power of this platform has just been very helpful for families. And you know what? Patients have complex medical histories. Just having it all in one place and having it sorted and synthesized have all been wins, all because we have the right of access through HIPAA. There have also been some challenges, of course. I have, as you can imagine, been on the phone with hundreds of families asking them to sign up for this platform. Signing a consent to a company you've never heard of to get records that you think you have access to through MyChart, but you really don't. And taking control of your records is confusing and scary for some people. DEI was mentioned at the top. I will observe that it's more confusing and more scary for minorities in some communities of color. And so this is a lesson here. And I think there's room in the public discourse around understanding and owning your own data. This is still a big notion for some people. There is a 7-year rule where institutions only have to keep your records for 7 years. A lot of us learn about this rule 8 years after the data was created, and some of it's lost. This is a problem. I will observe that we have liberated medical records for research and for patients, but sometimes patients are seen and it's called research, and those medical data are not available back to the patients. This has been frustrating for some of us whose kids are in a lot of research studies, and we are not able to see the results of those tests. And then not having billing integration is challenging. Remember, I've got a super rare disease. Every family in my community wants to know what drugs work, what combinations work, because one drug doesn't do the trick. My kids on 5 different pills. And while the medical record tells us when all of these scripts were written, we don't know when patients stopped taking drugs, because really that's, unless you communicate it to the doctor and the doctor notes it, which doesn't always happen, that's really captured in the billing records when we know that people stopped charging for those drugs. So these are some challenges. With all that said, through partners like Citizen and other companies who do similar work, we can move mountains for rare disease, and we need to, because rare monogenic diseases are coming fast. We all know that the incidence rate of autism and epilepsy is rocketing up. But what you may not appreciate is that genetics are a part of our future, and everyone from the most rare to the most common maladies is soon going to have a genetic mutation that changes their lives and that of their families. And so these kinds of studies are going to become more and more frequent. I want to just peek around the corner and make 3 other observations, since I have the great honor and luxury of this audience. There's 3 things that I think are also coming that are germane to this conversation. The first is genes, right? It is too hard right now to pull a life-changing genetic mutation out of a medical record. And in preparing for this talk, I noticed that Epic and others are starting to roll out genomics modules, and this is slowly changing, but not fast enough, right? This genetic mutation has changed not just Tony's life, but our whole family's life. And I have to go digging for a PDF or a note to find it. This should be, in my opinion, in a genetic report right after name, address, date of birth. I will also say that ICD-10 codes for these diseases are, personal opinion, needlessly challenging to secure from CDC. And there's a lot of families out there and organizations working hard to make drugs for diseases that are genetically defined, but are on bended knee begging CDC to approve ICD-10 codes. And none of us are quite sure why it's not happening. If anyone on this call would like to discuss that, I am available. There is a fascinating work here. And the third point I want to make is that EEGs are another data set that is still buried behind a wall, locked in a vault with the key thrown away. I mean, getting this data out of hospitals is very challenging, because they just don't believe that anyone other than trained neurologists can use this data, but that's no longer true. This is incredibly valuable data that is useful for people with epilepsy, people with dementia, people with Alzheimer's, people with ADD. We all know somebody with one of these diseases, and this data will be required for more studies as we look to the future. And hospitals are not interested in sharing it. With that, I want to thank you all for your time and attention. I have a podcast. If you're curious, please subscribe. My email is mike@curesingap1.org. I'm happy to stay in touch. My organization is @curesingap1 on all socials. This is a picture of me and my son at Christmas. He's still having seizures. He's still on 5 drugs, and I will work nonstop on this disease until that's changed. A big part of our success, which is inevitable, is medical records. So I'm so grateful to this audience for your time and your attention and your hard work. I hope I have not gone over. And with that, I would like to turn the mic over to John Bloom, Principal Deputy Administrator of CMS. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Well, thank you for sharing your story and bringing a phenomenal patient perspective to why we're here today. The story is both inspiring, but also a really strong call to action for all of us. On behalf of CMS, want to thank everyone for joining us here today, and really want to say a couple things. Number one, from CMS's standpoint, we are working very closely with the ONC to ensure that we are creating really one voice for how we think about a better system, better data sharing, and to really empower both patients and physicians to ensure better care. And just to kind of step back for one step for why this matters to CMS, but also why it matters to those who are covered by CMS programs, that now is basically one of every 2 people here in our country. First is that we know that when patients are in much better command to their information, to their data, to their care plan, that healthcare outcomes are better. And so to us, to have the imperative of to ensure that we can get better healthcare outcomes, get better results, get faster cures, that to empower patients really is a key goal for us going forward. Second is that we have been on a long journey to think through how we can change the healthcare system to reward better healthcare outcomes, to ensure that we are spending our resources much more wisely. For us to do that requires 2 things. Number one, again, to have patients really empowered. They understand the care system, they understand their care plan, they understand why their physician is making certain choices. And second, to empower the healthcare system. So we're not creating burdens, so we're not creating too much bureaucracy, but we're really putting that patient-physician relationship, patient care provider relationship, really at the top of what matters most. So our team here working very hard with our ONC colleagues to build this agenda. We couldn't be more proud to join here today. We're inspired by the stories that we'll hear today, and that CMS stands committed to doing what we can, really everything we can, to improve health, to give more access to data, not just for the sake of having more data, but really for the sake of much better patient care. So with that, we'll turn it over to my friend and to our colleague, Mickey. I feel like that we are doing a lot today. So Mickey, the floor is yours.
Great. Thanks so much, John. Really appreciate it. And really delighted to be here, and want to thank everyone who's who's joined. And I first just want to thank Mike for telling his story. I don't know about all of you, but stories like that just are incredibly inspirational every single time. And the work that you're doing, Mike, is just fantastic, and really appreciate your sharing it with us today. As John and Deputy Secretary Palm discussed before me, there's commitment at all levels of government, ONC and CMS, HHS, and the Biden-Harris administration at large, to patients having access to their health information when and where they need it. We believe at ONC that patients should play a key role in their health and care, and together with our federal partners, including some who are speaking today from CMS, FTC, the Office of Civil Rights, we're taking a holistic approach to make it easy for patients to use mobile apps to access and manage their health information from their healthcare providers and from health payers. In our role as coordinators, leveraging our certification program, the information blocking regulations, our policies related to FHIR APIs that are bringing the platform economy to healthcare, standards development efforts, and our job to make sure we're aligned across HHS in all of our health IT goals. And that includes making sure patients can access and use their health information in the ways that they choose. I want to also emphasize the role of TEFCA, the Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement, which many of you may have heard of, which is establishing a nationwide governance and technical mechanism for network interoperability, a universal floor of interoperability that TEFCA will establish to provide for the infrastructure to give patients easier, more efficient, secure access to more health information. So rather than having to go to each and every healthcare setting and establish credentials and log in and get that information through a variety of portals and different APIs, being able to have the ability to do that through one application, whether it's a citizen application or another application, to make that easier for patients to be able to aggregate that information. First off, find out where their records are, and then second, aggregate that information in the application of their choice in a manner that best suits them is one of the key goals of TEFCA, and we're very excited about it. The other thing that I would point to in TEFCA is that we have put into place as a part of the common agreement and the requirements for participating in TEFCA, a set of standards or a set of requirements for applications that are acting on behalf of patients. So application vendors who are selling their products to, are making their products available or selling their products to patients. There's a set of requirements there for them to participate in TEFCA, which essentially requires that they live by the applicable sort of policies that are instantiated in the HIPAA privacy and security rule. Right now, those types of applications live outside of HIPAA largely, and therefore are not subject to those rules. We feel that it's very important that as they participate in TEFCA and provide that kind of access to patients, that they should be abiding by the appropriate and the applicable provisions of the HIPAA and privacy and security rule, even though they're not technically subject to them. But just as a matter of participation in TEFCA, we believe that that's an important policy that gives patients hopefully better assurance about the applications they're using as they access their information through TEFCA infrastructure. So we're very hopeful that that will provide additional mechanisms and additional assurance to patients in accessing their information. And as Mike pointed out, there's a lot of concern and a lot of understandable concern that patients have in using applications and accessing their information. We're doing everything we can to provide it, to try to say, how do we provide enough of those safeguards through the various levers that we have to be able to allow patients to have greater trust in the mechanisms being made available to access their information. The expanded availability of information will also have tremendous impact on our efforts to improve health equity, I think, as Deputy Secretary and John also pointed out. ONC and CMS policies are having a significant impact across the health system already. Recent results we saw from the Health Information National Trends, or HINTS survey, point to a number of things. One, patient access has increased pretty steadily between 2014 and 2019, and then accelerated dramatically between 2020 and 2022 during the pandemic, as all of us, certainly I think can understand in our individual lives, the greater need for being able to do that, and that, and I think that as we think about the timing of that, the availability of those technologies once the pandemic hit were just incredibly powerful for individuals to be able to have that kind of access to their health information, that without that foundation of capabilities would have put us in a much different place, I think, with respect to the pandemic. Not only have we seen patient portal access increasing, but the frequency of access is also increasing as per the HINTS survey. Healthcare providers and insurers are engaging with patients more as well. 73% of individuals nationwide reported being offered a patient portal by their healthcare provider or insurance company, and that represents a 24% increase over 2020. 57% of individuals nationwide were offered and accessed a portal, representing a 50% increase over 2020. And in terms of what patients are doing on those portals, the most common uses of patient portals were to review test results and clinical notes, which are required to be made available as a part of the US CDI. And I think, as Mike pointed out, there's tremendous value in those notes. And so, we're delighted to see that that's one of the most common uses. Obviously, there's more to do there, but that's a significant source of very valuable information for patients. And so we're gratified to see that that's starting to get more traction, more availability, as well as more use by patients. This morning, ONC released a quick stat outlining the HINTS data, describing patient comfort with sharing social needs data, which you can check out at our website, healthit.gov/data. all of this, I think, goes to show that the conversation that we're having today is unbelievably important to all of us. And it's a big deal that we've got such a diverse lineup of speakers from patients, clinicians, payers, developers, and our federal colleagues. So before I leave, let me just give a couple of reminders and announcements. The biggest question on everyone's mind, and I think we've answered that in the chat, but just so everyone knows, today's event is being recorded, and we'll post the recording on healthit.gov in the coming days. We also welcome all of you to join us in person, our first in-person annual meeting since 2020, which will be taking place on December 14th and 15th in Washington. You can go to our website and find out more information about that. I do want to acknowledge the ONC and CMS teams involved in planning this event. On the ONC side, Lana Moriarty, Francesca Gibe, Canon Lavelle, and Amanda Adams. And on the CMS side, Lorraine Dew, Alex Muggy, Rachel Lorenz, and Scott Weinberg. Thank you so much. There's a tremendous amount of work that goes into putting together an event like this, and we couldn't have done it without you. Now let me turn this over to Elise Sweeney Anthony, who is the Executive Director of the Office of Policy at ONC. And thanks again for your participation today.
Thank you so much, Mickey, and hello, everyone. I cannot tell you what a pleasure it is to join you today, and what a wonderful way to start this session off with a core understanding of what health IT, what interoperability, what electronic access really means for patients and their family. And I would just want to thank Mike Griglia for such inspiring words that really bring home everything that we're going to be talking about today. And also thank you to Deputy Secretary Palm, to National Coordinator Mickey Tripathi, and CMS Principal Deputy Administrator John Blum. We really appreciate all of your leadership as we move forward with all of the pieces across the government related to patient access. I have the pleasure of kicking off our first panel, and I should start by saying that each of the presentations today could easily be an hour, but we wanted to give you a quick look at what each of our agencies are engaged in, provide some resources, which we'll be dropping in the chat. So we'll be mentioning a number of different things, but keep an eye on the chat now or later, and you'll be able to click to some of the resources that might be of interest to you. But really, we wanted this walkthrough to show you what's happening at a federal level, to talk about the activities we have, and most importantly, to talk about how you can engage with us and things we have coming up, whether it's commenting on rules, whether it's participating in the public comment section of our Health Information Technology Advisory Committee. We really want to hear from you and stay engaged. I always say that we really want to make sure that as we're developing policy, as we're thinking about these issues around patient access, that we have the patient front and center. So your engagement is so important to everything we do. So let me start off by welcoming our panel. So today we have Alex Muggy, who is the Director of the Health Informatics and Interoperability Group within the Office of Burden Reduction and Health Informatics. And she also serves as the Chief Health Informatics Officer for the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. We also have Marisa Gordon-Wynn, and she is the Senior Advisor for Policy in the Health Information, Privacy, Data, and Cybersecurity Division of the Office of Civil Rights here at HHS. And then Ryan Mean, and he is the attorney at FTC's Division of Privacy and Identity Protection. So welcome to our panel. I'm going to start out by talking just a little bit about ONC and some of the things that we're engaged in. And as Mickey talked about a number of the pieces, you'll see some of the things we drop in the chat that are related to those as well. But as Mickey mentioned, there's a lot that we have engaged in and that's happening, but there's so much more for us to do. There's much farther for us to go. But progress is happening. Sometimes when I think about the fact that from where we started at ONC to now having nearly 96% of non-federal acute care hospitals and 87% of office-based physicians have adopted certified health IT, there's a lot of progress that's in those numbers. There's a lot of work, not only within the federal government, but also outside to make that a reality. But we also know that it's critical that patients are not blocked from accessing that same information. And with the 21st Century Cures Act, ONC has established an information blocking framework that is aimed at supporting that information flow where appropriate to where it needs to go. And that means health data is moving to your care team so that it can be used in your care, to systems used by providers in supporting your care, and to you. And part of what we're doing with the information blocking framework is not just about defining what information blocking is. It's not just about stating where information blocking may have occurred, but there's a reason, maybe privacy or security or several others we identify as exceptions, where information should have moved, but it didn't. All of those pieces are critical to identifying and making sure that everyone understands what the expectations are regarding sharing information. But there's also another piece to this puzzle, and that's what OIG has recently released. So Congress said that not only is information blocking not what should be happening, but they also said there are penalties, or in some cases, disincentives, if you are not sharing information as you should. And OIG recently released their rule to address where those penalties, what entities, certain entities, can be held to if they are information blocking. So that relates to developers of certified health IT, think kind of, in some cases, EHRs, health information networks, and exchanges. And they can be subject to up to $1 million per violation fines. Congress took this seriously and is taking this seriously. And so is HHS in terms of our implementation. Another part of that is thinking about the disincentives that apply if a healthcare provider is the entity that is engaging in information blocking. And HHS is hard at work on working on that proposed rule, and we expect to release it soon as well. So as you all know, I am very committed to the policy landscape, and I spend my day-to-day really thinking about what are the components of the policy landscape that are going to support patient access, that are going to support the needs of providers as well, and support the overall care continuum. Another part of what we do is really thinking about, as Mickey said, not just the regulatory landscape, but also that TEFCA landscape, that network-to-network exchange, the right combination of the policy, the legal, and the technical requirements that are going to support that seamless exchange. And as part of that, Mickey talked about the importance of patients being part of that paradigm. We talk about that in the TEFCA landscape as the individual access services and how to support that. And that's key to what we're doing. So when we think about patient access at ONC, it's the regulatory components, but it's also the policy frameworks. It's our overall ethos at ONC, making sure that the patient is front and center in the activities we're engaged in. And that includes on the technology side. So a huge nod to my counterpart, Avinash Shanbag, who heads the Office of Technology, where he thinks about the standards landscape and the technology landscape. What are the standards that need to be available to support the movement of information? Things like the USCDI, the United States Core Data for Interoperability, our work around the USCDI Plus, which addresses certain care settings and the needs that they may have from a health information perspective. All of that are part of the landscape of the technology that makes patient access possible. But at the heart of what we think about the full picture. We think about Mike and his family and others like him, and what does it mean to support their needs, and what does it look like for them, so that all of those in between, the tubes, as it were, that move the information, the data elements, all of those culminate in the ability of a patient and their family to be better incorporated in their care, to have the information they need to inform their care, to make decisions on their care. And I can speak to that personally. As a breast cancer patient, my ability to access my information made all the difference in my care. The support of my providers for me to be able to access my information made all the difference in my care. And survivorship. We talk a lot about active disease in our care landscape. We talk about the needs, and those are critical, but it's also critical for survivors across the landscape, whatever disease and care situation that you may be encountering, that even as you step out of that active phase, that you have the information that you need. Maybe you're seeing a new provider. Maybe you want to compare your lab results. Maybe you want to be prepared with the lab results that just came in to review them, so that when you go and see your provider, you have the chance to take in the information, which in my case was not always good. I actually found out I had breast cancer through my portal because I made the choice to go and look. Now, others may not be like me. They may decide that they want to wait until they talk to their provider. The ONC landscape supports both situations. Our goal is to make sure the information is there when you need it. So that's what we focus on. And that's really important to everything we think about at ONC. There's much more that I can say about that landscape, but when we think about that world of survivors, when we think about that world of folks who are in active care, the needs that they may have to having access to their information is really front and center in our activities. So when I say there's much more we can say, I'm very thankful to my team who's dropping in a ton of fact sheets and resources for you to look at. But the last thing I wanted to focus on is I said before that we can't do this without you, and I do mean that. Not only checking in on our listserv, if you're not on our listserv, please check it out, healthit.gov, where you can see upcoming events like these that we're having, but it's also letting us know what you think about what we're doing. So we have a number of opportunities to get feedback or to comment on our rule, and the best way to see the most recent things is through that healthit.gov. We maintain a portal for information blocking claims. So if you think you're seeing information blocking, if you think you're not getting the information you should get, let us know. That portal is available on our website. We do share that with the Office of the Inspector General. And one key thing to note is the Cures Act specifically states that information blocking claims and information received by ONC in connection with a claim or suggestion of information blocking is generally protected from disclosure under the Freedom of Information Act. So I always like to note that as well. But all in all, I think what you've heard so far and what you're going to hear for the rest of the day is our commitment to patient access, our commitment to supporting patients being part of their care continuum. And we all have our story. I wish I was the only breast cancer patient out there. That's not the case. And breast cancer is just one of the many situations as we are here in October. But there's so many other situations, whether it's rare disease, whether it's a chronic condition, whether it's just going in for your yearly checkup. We want to make sure that patients are part of that care continuum and they have the information they need to support their care. So with that, I want to turn it over to my colleague. I want to turn it over to Alex. Alex works hand in hand with us, and I'm telling you for years, I can't tell you how many calls that Alex and I have been on as we are working through these issues and building out the regulatory landscape. But Alex is going to talk about some of the work at CMS related to interoperability, health IT projects, and her work with providers and to support the payer interaction. So Alex, let me turn it over to you.
Thank you, Elise, and thank you for sharing your story. I do think about your story when I think about patients accessing a portal and learning about their health information from there. And you're right, I think for some patients they're ready to do that, and for others they need a different experience. But that's what we're here to talk about today, is how to tailor that patient experience to the individual, and how to engage patients in the way that they need to be reached. So I am Alex Muggy from CMS, and our team here at CMS is very committed to patient access and the patient experience. This is something we've been focusing on for many years. As a payer ourselves, the subject of patient access is near and dear to us. We have our own Medicare fee-for-service program in which we enroll millions of lives, and therefore we need to really engage those patients in the best way that meets their needs. CMS also regulates and oversees many different programs, and our authority ranges from payer programs, as Elise mentioned, and also to providers and suppliers. We have many ways to reach the patient through the programs that we regulate, and our reach is very far. One of the ways that we do this is through our quality programs. We have a measure in our Promoting Interoperability program that requires providers including eligible clinicians, eligible hospitals, and critical access hospitals to make patient clinical data available and to give them timely access to view online or to download or transmit their information, and also to access that information using any application of their choosing. So we already have clinical data available to patients through that program, through their provider EHRs. About 5 years ago, CMS launched its own Blue Button 2.0, which is our version of the Patient Access API, and allows people with Medicare to access their Medicare fee-for-service claims information and claims history. When we announced the launch of that API, we also kicked off a multi-year effort to engage developers in creating apps for patients to be able to access their Blue Button 2.0 API information. You'll see demos from some of those apps throughout the day today. 2 years after the launch of Blue Button 2.0, we published a final rule requiring payers that we regulate to build their own version of the Patient Access API, making that claims information and history available to millions and millions of patients through our programs. So now, as we sit here today, and those APIs have already been implemented, we have claims and financial data available to patients, as well as the clinical data they already had access to. We're also in rulemaking. As many of you may have seen, we had a proposed rule out to add prior authorization data to these payer APIs as well. So patients already have a ton of data available to them. We have rulemaking in process to add even more data to them, to the APIs that they have accessible to them. So if patients choose to use it, they do have access to that data. And if we can all work together here today, we can find the best way to make that data meaningful to them when they access it. We have spent, I would say, working with ONC, we have spent many years refining the technology and the policies to make data available to patients. And now that all of that is in place, we really want to hone our focus on engaging patients to actually use it. And that's what we're hoping to learn more about today through the many engaging panels and to hear from you about in the chat as well. So please feel free to engage through the chat feature. We'll be plugging a few questions throughout the day, but feel free to ask your own questions and start your own discussion in there as well. I do want to highlight, I see that there are some folks that are messaging only the hosts and panelists. Make sure that you change that to message everyone if you want your message to reach everyone, if you want everyone engaged in that discussion. So all the data that I have talked about so far is data that patients already have access to. Again, that clinical data through our quality programs and that claims and history information from the payer programs. We also have policies to make price transparency data available. And in the future, there will be a requirement for payers and providers to work together to make advanced explanation of benefits available to patients. So this is even another layer of data available to patients. All of this can be made available to patients using technology that we have today, but how do we engage the patients and how do we make sure that this wealth of information is truly meaningful to them? What I've mentioned so far being clinical, claims history, prior authorization information, and price transparency data, that's a lot of information for patients. And for those that aren't currently accessing that information, we have to find a way to engage those patients, make that data meaningful and actionable, and make sure that we're doing that before the patient needs it. In healthcare, it is critically important to have access to the right data at the right place at the right time. We don't want patients to have to scramble to pull their data together when they're having a health event. We want that data there, we want it available, and we want it familiar to the patient so they can make important life and health decisions. As Mickey mentioned at the beginning of this event today, we've come a long way, especially during the pandemic when people realized that they could turn to technology when they couldn't necessarily have in-person interaction. So we have come a long way, but we still have miles to go in terms of engaging patients and patients at different levels of engagement. Some patients, like Elise, are very comfortable with accessing their information online. Others may not even realize that they have the ability to do so. So CMS is highly committed to engaging patients in their health information. We have some ideas on how we ourselves can do better in the Medicare fee-for-service programs and in the other programs we regulate. But we're also hoping to learn more about what we can do and what industry can do to drive patient access through the many panels that we have here today and through the demos that you will see as well. So we have been talking to ONC about planning this conference for over a year now, and we're very glad that you're all able to join us. This is such an amazing opportunity to hear about patient access from many different perspectives. We will be listening to the panels and reviewing the chat, so please be active in the chat and help us learn how we can chart a path forward to better improve patient access for everyone. Thank you. At least I think I might be turning it back to you.
You absolutely are. Thank you, Alex. That was extremely helpful. And I love all of the points that you made. I especially love the point about reaching patients where they are and identifying, different ways that we can reach and identify patients and support their ability to access their information online. I think that's such a critical part of what we do. So I thank you so much for sharing everything. I hope folks are checking out the chat for some additional points. I really look forward to our next panelist as well. Marissa, I'm going to turn it to you to talk about some of the work that you're doing at OCR. One of the questions I often get when we are talking about patient access work is around, are you talking to OCR? Are you working with OCR? My answer is absolutely. Marissa, we were just on the call yesterday, weren't we? Right? So we are always working together. So when we were thinking about putting this panel together, of course, I had to have Marissa join, and thank you for agreeing to do so, to talk a little bit about the work that you're engaged in. Over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Elise. And hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today from the Office for Civil Rights. We are the federal agency responsible for administering and enforcing the HIPAA privacy, security, and breach notification rules. The individual's right to access their protected health information is a cornerstone of the HIPAA privacy rule, and it has been since its inception. It is fundamental to be able to get information about your health and healthcare so that you can make informed decisions about your health and share your health information with whomever you want, including researchers. And we've already heard today about how important it is to patients to be able to share their medical records for research. Over the years, the Office for Civil Rights has supported this right through rulemaking, guidance, technical assistance, training resources for professionals, outreach to the public, often in collaboration with our sibling agencies who often have big roles in facilitating individuals' access to their health information. I'd like to highlight a couple of our recent and ongoing efforts that really show the broad range of tools that OCR brings to bear in this space. So first up is our Right of Access Enforcement Initiative. So I mentioned guidance, outreach, all of these other things. Despite all of that we have dedicated to supporting the right of access through the years, we continued and continue to receive a large volume of complaints from individuals alleging violations of the HIPAA right of access. And the most common issues we see are untimely access, no access at all, no response at all from the covered entity, or charging of fees that are higher than what is allowed, which is a reasonable cost-based fee to provide access. So in February 2019, we announced a Right of Access Enforcement Initiative as a HIPAA enforcement priority. And investigations in support of this initiative have been occurring since then and continue to be around the country. We've completed at this point 45 enforcement actions with 43 settlements, 2 civil money penalties. Generally, as part of a settlement, a regulated entity agrees to a corrective action plan. This includes often adjusting their policies and procedures, doing training for workforce members, as well as paying a settlement amount. And OCR also ensures, as part of a settlement, that individuals receive all of the available requested records that should have been provided in the first place. I think a couple of recent examples represent common scenarios that we see and illustrate the wide range of entities that have been subject to OCR enforcement actions. You'll see it's not just the big players, it's not just small ones. Everyone who's regulated under the HIPAA rules needs to be paying attention to their enforcement responsibilities. So our most recently announced settlement resolved a complaint alleging that a large health plan had not responded to an individual's request for a copy of their record. The individual didn't receive the records, in fact, until after OCR initiated its investigation, which was months after the HIPAA privacy rule would have required a response. So OCR's investigation ultimately determined that the failure to provide timely access to the requested medical records was a potential violation of the HIPAA right of access provision. And the plan paid a settlement of $80,000 and agreed to implement a corrective action plan, including a year of monitoring by OCR to make sure that they do perform those corrective actions to come into compliance. The settlement before that resolved a complaint alleging that a sole practitioner healthcare provider, so very different type of entity than the other one, wouldn't provide a father with a copy of his 3 minor children's medical records. The father was the children's personal representative, which under the privacy rule is someone who has authority to act on behalf of the individual or the patient. And it means that he could exercise the right of access to the children's health information on their behalf. OCR provided technical assistance to this provider on the requirements of the right of access, but the provider failed to respond even to a second request from the father. And the investigation of the complaint determined that the provider's failure to provide timely access to the medical records over the course of several years was a potential violation of the HIPAA right of access provision. And under the settlement, the provider must respond to the right of access request without delay, implement a corrective action plan to be in compliance with the privacy rule, and pay a resolution amount of $15,000. So these settlements, these examples of our settlements, they serve the goal of the enforcement initiative, which is broadly to improve compliance by regulated entities with the law. And it does this in two key ways with each settlement. It addresses specific potential violations of the rule, and it sends a clear message to the regulated industry about the importance of meeting their obligations under the right of access. So I also want to give a plug for our complaints. Your ability to file complaints is on our website. If you believe that your or someone else's HIPAA rights have been violated, I encourage you to submit a complaint. Oftentimes, we don't need to get to the level of a full-fledged investigation and resolution because we contact the covered entity and provide technical assistance about their obligations, and we're able to get the records to the individuals in that way without having to, have an unresponsive covered entity that requires a lot more of our engagement to take it to a higher enforcement level. Another important way we support access is by facilitating individuals' ability to obtain their health information in a private and secure manner using technologies like health apps. And part of this effort involves educating developers of these technologies about their obligations under applicable laws. So at the end of last year, OCR, ONC, FDA collaborated with FTC as lead to update the mobile health app interactive tool. And it was first designed several years ago to help developers of health-related mobile apps understand what federal laws might apply to them, and it's now been updated to reflect changes in laws and technologies. So it asks developers a series of high-level questions about the nature of their app, about its function, the data it collects, the services it provides to users. And based on the developer's answers to the questions, the guidance tool will point the developer toward detailed information about certain federal laws that might apply. Any health app developers and others seeking more information specifically about how the HIPAA rules might apply to their health apps can visit OCR's HIPAA and Health Apps webpage. It contains information on how HIPAA applies to a range of example health app scenarios. And this in particular goes into the issue that Mickey discussed earlier about how oftentimes a health app falls outside of the coverage of HIPAA, but that's not always the case. And so there's information that we have both in the tool I mentioned and on our website to help people identify when the HIPAA rules apply to them and in what manner, what their obligations really are. The website also has guidance on the HIPAA access right and health apps and APIs. The main takeaways of this is something we worked with directly with ONC, to go back to Elisa's point about how we're constantly doing this work together, that a covered entity can't withhold releasing electronic health information to a user, like patient requested health app, just because they have concerns about how that app is going to use the information. It is the patient's ability to make the decision about the app they're going to use. And the covered entity isn't liable for redisclosures by the app if there's no business associate relationship, if there's no responsibility that falls upon a covered entity. And the other big message from that guidance is buyer beware. So the HIPAA rules don't follow health data everywhere it goes. And so it's important for people to understand not just the protections that apply under the HIPAA rules, but where the HIPAA rules don't apply at all. So I will turn it now back to Elise, having gone just a minute over my time. Thank you.
You are absolutely okay. Thank you so much. So as and when I was talking about the questions that we often get, I think after folks ask about OCR and our engagement with OCR, the next question is usually around FTC and our engagement with FTC. And as you know, Mickey talked about earlier, when we think about patients and supporting patients having access to their information, when we think about patients using apps of their choice to be able to pull their information together, to see their their lab results or to view their information in a way that works for them. Another critical piece of this conversation is that landscape of thinking about those who are kind of beyond just the HIPAA space to those who are outside of that, but also are key in terms of patients having access to their information and engaging in their care continuum. So with that, it's a wonderful pleasure to invite Ryan to the stage, as it were, to talk a little bit about what they're doing at FTC. So Ryan, let me turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks, Elise. My name is Ryan Meem. I'm with the FTC's Division of Privacy and Identity Protection. Let me start by thanking ONC for inviting me to participate today and engage with you on the FTC's health privacy work. I also want to say I'm extremely pleased to be on a panel with Marisa, Alex, and Elise. We partner very closely with OCR, CMS, and ONC, and it's great to be with you today. Before we dive into substance, I have to just briefly offer the disclaimer that any views I express today are my own and not that of the commission or any individual commissioner. So this is a really exciting time to speak with you. There's been tremendous interest in the FTC's health privacy work and our efforts involving mobile health apps, especially as more and more health data resides outside of HIPAA. And the central message I want to impart today is that while ONC and CMS have been working diligently on patient access, there has been very close coordination with the FTC on the privacy and security implications of these issues. And recent FTC actions make clear that the Commission is committed to using all of its tools to protect the privacy and security of consumers' health information wherever that data resides or flows in the ecosystem. And our work to protect health info really manifests itself in three principal ways. The first is law enforcement. The second is through extensive policy work. And the third way is through consumer and business education. And I'd like to spend a minute or two talking about each item. Number one, law enforcement. This is really the bread and butter of what we do. The primary tool we use in privacy and data security matters is Section 5 of the FTC Act, which prohibits deceptive and unfair acts and practices. We also enforce rules, and a key rule that we enforce is the FTC's health breach notification rule. Our rule generally applies to non-HIPAA covered entities, and it's essentially a companion rule to HHS's breach notification rule. And I'd like to briefly highlight three settlements that we entered into recently with the following companies that offer health apps. The first is GoodRx, the second is BetterHelp, and the third is Easy Healthcare. GoodRx is a popular health app through which users can obtain discounts on medication. BetterHelp is a well-known mental health therapy app, and Easy Healthcare developed a fertility app called Premom. In all three cases, the FTC alleged that the respondents disclosed consumers' sensitive health information to third parties without obtaining consumers' affirmative express consent. And we also alleged that all three companies deceived consumers about their data sharing practices. The commission alleged that this conduct violated the FTC Act, and in both GoodRx and Easy Healthcare, we allege that both companies violated the FTC's health breach notification rule by failing to notify consumers about the sharing of this information. We obtained incredibly strong relief in all three cases. For example, the orders ban all three companies from sharing health data for advertising and requires them to implement comprehensive privacy programs. Further, the BetterHelp order requires BetterHelp to pay $7.8 million, which will be used to provide partial refunds to consumers. Further, GoodRx was required to pay $1.5 million and Easy Healthcare $100,000 in civil penalties for violating the FTC's health breach notification rule. So among other things, these cases also highlight the extent to which the commission is focused and really laser focused on the use of online tracking technologies that collect and share sensitive consumer data. Further underscoring this effort and this concern, the FTC and HHS's Office for Civil Rights together issued approximately 130 letters in July of this year to hospital systems and telehealth providers, cautioning them about the privacy and security risks related to the use of online tracking technologies, such as pixels, which may disclose consumers' sensitive personal health data to third parties. So all in all, these actions demonstrate that the commission is very focused on health privacy and is also paying very close attention to the health app marketplace. So that covers law enforcement. Quickly on policy, we engage in a lot of policy work. On the policy front, I would like to put a plug in for our 8th annual PrivacyCon, which will take place on March 6th of 2024. This event brings together a diverse group of stakeholders to discuss the latest research and trends related to consumer privacy and data security. And notably, PrivacyCon 2024 is seeking research related to healthcare surveillance. Proposals are due on December 6th, 2023. So please spread the word. Encourage you to submit if we have researchers on this call. And I also encourage all of you on today to check out the event in early March. Lastly, number 3, consumer and business education. We frequently educate consumers and businesses about their rights and responsibilities through extensive consumer and biz ed. Examples of recent business education include the Mobile Health Interactive Tool, which Marisa described really well a few minutes ago. 2, in partnerships with our colleagues from OCR, we just issued a refresh of a publication entitled Collecting, Sharing, and Using Consumer Health Information, Look to HIPAA, the FTC Act, and the Health Breach Notification Rule. This offers just a really good overview on HIPAA, FTC Act, and our Health Breach Notification Rule. 3, we also recently put out a new publication entitled Protecting the Privacy of Health Information, a baker's dozen takeaways from FTC cases. This is a really good distillation of what we've been doing recently on health privacy. We also published Consumer Ed. A great example is a piece we issued a couple of years ago entitled, Does Your Health App Protect Your Sensitive Info? As Elise mentioned at the outset, I could talk for an hour about what we're doing. We've only had time to scratch the surface here today. So if you'd like to learn more about these efforts and our other health privacy work, please go to our business center at business.ftc.gov and click on the health privacy link to learn more. And so with that, I will turn the proverbial mic back to Elise.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so we are running pretty on time, so I'm going to close this out pretty quickly. I think one of the things I just wanted to note is as we think about regulations, one of the things that I think from a patient perspective is time, right? We want to hear from you as a patient, but sometimes folks think that they have to submit 5 pages, 10 pages or more on what their thoughts are regarding a rule, and that's not the case. We review every comment that comes in. A comment could be 1 sentence. Maybe you want to support something we've said, maybe you disagree with something we said, or in between. But any length, any comment that you want to share with us is so important to us. And it doesn't have to be long. It doesn't have to be, you know, a full report. It could just be a paragraph. It could just be a sentence. But hearing your perspective as a patient on what we're doing or what we're considering and whether the path we're going down in terms of what we're considering works for you is important as we are thinking through how to pull together a regulation. So I always want to encourage that. For ONC, you can see a lot of the regulations as we are at different phases of them through our listserv. So we post there when a regulation is open for comment, but we can also drop in the chat. A great place for you to see all the regulations that are across the federal government, but specifically as they relate to ONC. We are currently working on 3 different regulations. One is in relation to HHS and the disincentives that could apply to a healthcare provider if they are determined to be an information blocker. We're also working on 2 rules that are larger rules that cover a number of different areas regarding our certification program, which relates to developers who are certified under our program for certain health IT functionality, but also it relates to potential updates to information blocking. So we call those rules HTI 1 and HTI 2. HTI 2 is not out yet for a proposed rule status, so we're working on that one now. But HTI 1 was released for public comment. Comment has been received on that rule, and we're working now on the final rule. So when HTI 2 is released, as well as when the rule addressing disincentives related to healthcare providers who are determined to be information blockers, when those 2 rules are released, you will see those on our website, but we'll also announce it on our listserv as well for those who want to keep tabs on that. But again, any length of comment, but your engagement is really helpful. And that goes not just for the individual patient, because we love receiving those comments, but also for all of the entities out there, whether you're a provider system or you're a small practice or you're a large practice or a large or small hospital. We know that you definitely have day jobs. So any comment that you can share is always helpful to us, and we always encourage and appreciate that. So I just want to share that as well. But I also want to say thank you to Ryan, Alex, and Marisa for a great panel. Hopefully this gives you an idea of some of the activities that we have underway. Definitely not all of the activities, so check out some of the resources that we put in the chat. Again, I just want to thank everyone who's going to participate today and has participated so far. This is something that is very near and dear to my heart, not only as a breast cancer survivor, but also as a mother, also as a friend, because we all in some aspect of our lives are either a patient or we are supporting the care or the well-being of others in our lives at some point in our life. So this is something that when we think about what it means to do the work that we do, this is something that I think about every day. And I know everyone at ONC feels the same way. So I just want to thank you all for participating and joining us here today. So we're going to keep it rolling and we're going to move to demos. So that's another part of it. We always say we can't do it all ourselves, right? Federal regulations and the federal landscape is just one piece of the puzzle. But understanding what's happening in the field, understanding what innovations are happening are so critical, not only to our work and from the federal landscape, but also to your experience as a patient, as a provider, as a hospital system. So we invited several folks to share some demos with us about the work that they have underway. And it is my pleasure to welcome Sean Imul, who's going to share a demo of Bwell. So Sean, let me turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Elise. And, we're happy to be here and share some of the work that we've, put in over the last 6 or 7 years. And so today I'm going to walk through a quick demo of the Bwell Connected Health platform. Specifically, I'm going to show how we're leveraging patient route of access APIs to facilitate consumer mediated data exchange. A little bit of background on Bwell to set the stage. We're a B2B2C company. So we sell primarily into health systems, payers, retail pharmacy, and we deploy the platform in 3 primary ways. The first is a full platform deployment where we spin up mobile apps and a web application that's white labeled to our clients' branding. The second is what we call embeddable components. So for clients that have an existing mobile application or website that's sophisticated and has significant user base already, they can embed pieces of Bwell into their platform. That's actually what you're going to be seeing today, where we embedded our health data harmonizer into the Walgreens website and mobile apps. And then the third way we deploy is through SDK. So for clients that are interested in controlling that UI UX experience, and they want to integrate with Bwell's APIs on the back end. To set the stage a little bit, it's important to understand that Bwell is a trusted third-party application, and we have voluntarily aligned our terms of service and privacy policy to align to the Karen Code of Conduct. And we convert these into contract flow down requirements that we explain to consumers in easily digestible terms within the application. And so as we get into the app, an example of that here on the homepage and the Walgreens embeddable experience, so we have some very plain language explaining to the consumer that their data is secure and it belongs to them. And throughout the experience, we walk consumers through consents where we, in plain language, give them the ability to consent to share data back to our clients, but without that explicit consent, their data will not be shared outside of the application. So I'm going to walk through a few things in the application today. The first is how we facilitate data connections, specifically leveraging patient right of access APIs. I do want to call out, this isn't the only way that we connect data, but I think it's especially relevant to the conversation today. Secondarily, I'm going to show how we show data to consumers from multiple disparate sources and complete that longitudinal health record. And then third, I'm going to talk about what Bwell does with that data to actually drive the consumer into a care setting. So to kick us off, we're going to go ahead and connect to a blue button patient right of access API. And as I walk through this, you'll notice a couple things. So we present the privacy policy and terms of service to a user right here. We're all about transparency and making sure that consumers understand their rights and what we're doing with their data. And so the consumer here, as many of you know, will use their portal credentials to log in. And once we have this data, we're going to receive a token from the data source, in this case, Medicare Blue Button, that will give us the ability to pull data for the specific user for a set amount of time. And again, for the sake of transparency, we're huge on showing consumers what's going on with their various data connections. So we can see here, we have a Medicare Blue Button connection that's pending. Typically, we pull data back from these APIs in 10 to 15 minutes. We have an Epic connection that's been disconnected. And then we have a Humana connection that has expired. So that token is no longer valid. I'll call out that the duration of these tokens is dependent upon the source of the data. In some cases, the data source gives the consumer the ability to select a duration. In other cases, they don't. So we feel it's very important to surface these statuses of the connections to the consumer, and also to give the consumer the ability to disconnect if they no longer want to pull new data from that specific connection. To walk through quickly how we show consumers their data, there are a couple of things I want to call out. From a high level, we have a health summary, which is an overview of various key data categories. I'll walk through labs and medications as well, but for the sake of time, we won't be able to hit on all the data elements that we surface. But just to hit the highlights, I want to call out, if we look at visit history, we're consolidating visits from payers and providers, essentially wherever this consumer has had care. And so you can see here, we have data sources from a health system, from this Medicare Blue Button connection. We also have data coming in from a previous insurance in Aetna, and then another provider source. Walking through our lab view, I also want to call out a couple things here. We have this concept, and again, we're all about making this easily digestible to a consumer. so that they can make educated healthcare decisions. We have a concept of yellow light, green light, where we're showing the consumer visually and quickly if a lab value is in or out of range. And then if they click into the result, again, they're going to get a consolidated view of this specific lab across various care settings. So whether some of these labs came from LabCorp, Memorial Health, John Muir Health, we're going to consolidate that data into a trend line and show it to the consumer. Additionally, we're going to surface educational content that's relevant to inform the consumer. What is this test? Who might get it? And what do the results mean? The last data element I'll touch on is and I clicked on the wrong thing there, our medication cabinet. So we surface active and past medications. And again, we have a little more detail and overview of the medication, and then we surface educational content. We also have workflows that are configurable by client. So you're not seeing them in the Walgreens experience, but we support real-time cash pricing if they want to see where they might be able to get the prescription filled at a cheaper price. And we recently released functionality for Walgreens where a consumer can actually transfer a script from pharmacy like Target or Walmart into the Walgreens experience. The last thing, and really a key component of what we do at Bwell that I want to touch on, is what we do with the data. And to understand what we do with the data, you have to understand how we're consuming this data and normalizing it into FHIR R4. And so for the sake of today's conversation, I demoed a patient right of access connection, but Bwell works with clients and we integrate data from their core systems, whether that be an EMR or their third-party vendors. And so we get data that comes to us in various formats like HL7, CCDA, it might be proprietary JSON. Regardless of how it comes to us, we're going to convert that data to FHIR R4, where it's stored in our FHIR server. And the FHIR server serves our application, and it also serves our clients. So they have a rich set of FHIR data on their patients when it's been consented to be shared with them. Now, what the FHIR data allows us to do in standardizing the data to FHIR is we've built our health journey on top of Bwell's clinical rules engine, which executes CQL. That's the clinical quality language. And that's an HL7 standard used by HEDIS measures from NCQA. That's a fancy way of saying we're surfacing care needs in a way that is compliant with the current regulatory landscape. That's obviously a huge benefit to our clients, but it allows us to get to an N of 1 level of personalization for consumers. So we can see for this user, because we've collected data from all the various care settings where they've been seen, we can accurately surface care needs. This user is due for an annual wellness visit, a kidney screening, and a colorectal screening. And we also offer ways for the consumer to enter a digital scheduling experience, and actually close that care gap seamlessly within our application. We surface educational content to the user around the specific care need. And in this case, we can see that this visit is covered completely by their insurance. So we're reducing barriers to entry. And again, they're able to schedule online within our application. The last couple points I want to make, we also surface completed activities. This is really important when you think about the trust of a consumer. And, I think we've all experienced a situation where we get a notification or a text or an email to get a flu vaccine, but we actually just got it 2 weeks ago at Walgreens. So because we have the complete longitudinal record on the patient, we're able to see activities that they've already completed. And we have confidence that this list is accurate, and it helps us retain or gain the trust of the consumer because we're driving these activities based on their complete record. The last point I want to make is around consent. And so when you think about leveraging patient access APIs to facilitate consumer-mediated data exchange, of course, we have a responsibility to inform the consumer what their rights are with that data. And we walk them through in very plain language, consents, and we ask them, in this case, our client is Walgreens, do you want to share your non-Walgreens data back with Walgreens? And the user can consent, and because we've standardized all of this data to FHIR R4, the consents are easily stored in our FHIR server on the appropriate resources. Beyond that, we can get into more complicated consent workflows Like at Walgreens, we have a concept called the golden consent, where we say, do you want to share your data? And additionally, do you want to share your data with Walgreens so that they can provide or connect you with products based on your data and your healthcare experience? I can see that I'm out of time, so I'll stop there, but I appreciate the opportunity to share what we've been working on at Bwell. If you want to learn more, our website is icanbewell.com, or feel free to reach out directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. It's really fantastic to see what a patient experience can look like and what it means to take all of this data that we're talking about today and turn it into meaningful and actionable information for patients. So thank you again. We really appreciate you sharing this demo. I would like to now introduce Allison Olschlager, Director of the Office of Enterprise Data and Analytics and CMS's Chief Data Officer. Allison will be moderating the Learning from Developers panel. Take it away, Allison.
Great. Thanks so much, Alex. It's great to be here with all of you today. I'm really excited to be moderating this panel, and I'm hoping we can just bring the speakers in because I'm going to have them introduce themselves. But while we're doing that, just wanted to say that I'm so excited to be moderating this panel because I think we've heard about the work that is happening at the federal level in the earlier panel, and this panel is about developers. And there's such a critical partnership there between what we're doing at the federal level and what developers are doing to really make data actionable for patients. So I'm just excited to be here with you all to talk about this. I'm gonna have the panelists introduce themselves, and Bettina, why don't we start with you? And Bettina, you're muted, at least on my end.
Yes.
There we go. Now we can hear you.
So it's a privilege to be with all of you. We have been supporting at Humetrics. I'm the founder, CEO of Humetrics. I'm a physician by training. I'm a data scientist, epidemiologist. I'm a former public health officer with the state of California. And from the start, patient access to data for me was a must, and a doable must as a developer as well. So I've been accompanying your policy at the head of Humetrics from day one, and it's almost to the day of a 10-year anniversary of when we got one of 3 of our ONC Industry Innovation Awards to provide patient access to their data on their mobile device, aggregating data from multiple sources, but starting with those key federal health program being Medicare, TRICARE, and the VA. So, and I've expanded now, of course, to Medicare Blue Button 2.0. I was privileged to have Humetrics, one of the first mobile application approved to access a Medicare Blue Button 2.0. So thank you for inviting me here.
Thanks so much, Bettina. Jennifer, I think we hopefully have you back. So turning over to you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Blumenthal. I am the co-founder of OneRecord. OneRecord is a app that allows consumers to access, aggregate, and share their healthcare data with the people and organizations that they trust, whether through the app or the API. And OneRecord was acquired last year by Milliman IntelliScript, and I've been working on it since 2016.
Great. And then Avinash, over to you.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Avinash Shanbhag, and I'm Elisa's partner in crime from the Office of Technology at ONC. And as Elise mentioned, we do work in the intersection of both federal agency coordination of standards and the work that you all heard in the previous sessions, but also working with private sector to ensure that the work, the APIs, the technologies, the standards that are put in certification are actually used and usable by the app developers and consequently by patients. So really, we look into certification as a floor. So we work very closely to make sure that the certification program, which I want to mention, kudos to my team, when the QoS compliance requirements came online end of 2022, over 95% of EHR developers got certified. Now that's just the starting point. As you will hear, we have a lot of education to do to make sure that those capabilities get leveraged by app developers easily, and then can be ultimately be of use to patients. But I'm excited to be here. I clearly, as my federal colleagues have mentioned, we are here to serve the patients daily, and anything we can do to help improve their ability to access their data, to be able to take care of themselves and their loved ones, I think is what drives all of us. Thank you, Elisa, and back to you.
Thanks so much. And as you can see, we have a really excellent panel here to talk about this. The description for this session starts with app developers play a large role in making patients' data actionable. And I wanted to start there. And Bettina, maybe we can start with you and talk about a little your kind of thoughts on best practices or what you're seeing in the industry, specifically focused on design in terms of how are we making data actionable for patients, meeting their needs, understanding their abilities, and giving them the tools that they need to make the right decision. And Bettina, you're muted again.
So at Geometrics, we come indeed with a patient perspective foremost and first, both as physicians and technologists. We are a physician-led company, but we work hand in hand with technologies to meet the very needs of patients and their family caregiver when they need to exchange critical information at the point of care, or better care for themselves and follow their care plans. So again, we accompanied policy from the ONC, from CMS on day one when we first developed and deployed our iBlue button application, which very much like Bwell does everything you have seen, aggregate data from multiple data sources and try to make it easy and frictionless for the end user, for the patient and family caregiver, regardless of their technological knowledge. And for that, you have to limit the number of data sources they have to access. So for this very reason, the Medicare Blue Button 2.0 data source and its API is critical, because when you are a Medicare beneficiary, and just looking at meds, for instance, 50 million of 65 million Medicare beneficiaries have Part D coverage, and all that data, all the medications are in that Blue Button 2.0 database. So one data source, iBlue Button can access and all your medication, and the medication which has been filled at the pharmacy, not only the medication which have been prescribed by the doctor and which might never been picked up at the pharmacy or discontinued to be used by patients, are there. And when you know that Medicare beneficiaries, like we saw from this patient experience, it's a very sick kid. I used to be a pediatrician, then I turned internist, but this sick child Rick told us about, talking about his son taking 5 medications a day. That is a daily journey of those 50 million individuals Part D. On average, they are on 4 or 5 medications daily. And the ability at the point of care to give with accuracy that list of current medication they take is a patient safety issue. So that has been our driving, if you want, reason for the development we have been doing. So we have been on that journey for over 10 years. We released, in fact, just 2 weeks ago, a new application called What Meds to make it simple and addressing that key issue of patient safety with writing their medications, what's meds approved by, again, Medicare to access that Medicare Blue Button 2.0 API, provide access to one single data source, which is what I think TEFCA want to accomplish in a few years. But right now you can do it with, for instance, the Medicare data source. So again, a physician-driven journey, understanding the very need of patients. And for the last 10 years, our patients, users of our apps, have been contacting us and telling us what they need, what works for them, how we could improve our application, and that's what we have done all along the way.
Thanks so much, Bettina. Jennifer, Avinash, anything you wanted to add there on kind of the design and best practices for making data actionable for patients?
From my perspective, there is a lot of best practices for user experience. I think the hardest thing that app developers within the space working with FHIR APIs is you're dealing with data that comes from many different EHR systems, whether a hospital setting or a specialty setting, and how do you create that one view, that one record? It is not easy, and I think it will evolve over time. I also think getting a clear feedback loop from your users so that you can put that into your backlog and invest in that over time is key to what apps will look like in the future.
Great. And I'll just say, like, from an agency perspective, what we kind of want to do is build the floor to be able to enable data to be both syntactically and semantically accurate, so that interoperability really occurs. And for that, in that perspective, as you know, ONC leads the work on something what we call as the United States Core Data for Interoperability, which is a public process of expanding data set, which ultimately is supported by our healthcare delivery system. And it's exciting for us and important because through the QoS rule, we had like a version 1 that was put into our regulations. And as you all know, regulations are not as quick as industry moves forward. But through our QoS rule requirements, what we added in a process, what we called as a standard version advancement process, which essentially was that standards were getting updated. We enabled and permitted EHR developers to take advantage to build out a standard way by which they could start capturing, exchanging those data elements. And on our Health IT website, there is the US CDI web. I would encourage, what I'm encouraged with is EHR developers essentially looking at the later version to accept it, build on it, even before regulations come into place, because I think that really enables app developers such as Jennifer's company, Bettina's company, and others to take advantage and start leveraging it to kind of improve health and healthcare outcomes. So again, that would be kind of where, from ONC's role, we want to make sure that there is better health data. We want to make sure that they are interoperable, and then any of the impedance that app developers feel and they see right now, again, realizing that while standards are there, and I should mention this because there was some chat here, in our QoS rule, there was a very clear regulatory requirement that for patient-facing apps, EHR certified health IT developer needed to register apps in a very timely manner. I think we put in our regulations a timely factor of like just making sure that those app developers are kind of, we give them about 5 days for authentication of those app developers to make sure that they are who they are. And then I think we give them about a couple of weeks, 10 days to make it registered. So I think in a sense, for patient-facing apps, you don't need a provider's agreement to be able to register the app. Of course, the process has the ability for provider to be giving the appropriate credentials to the patient to be able to access the data through the process that is established in regulations. But again, from a regulatory agency perspective, we want to kind of make sure that those baseline standards are in place and that app developers can use. So I know Jennifer is ready to jump in, so I'm going to turn over to Jennifer to kick us off.
Yeah, I mean, it's 15 days after the app developer has requested. You get 5 days and 10 days in different increments. It's called out in the law. It's pretty straightforward. I will tell you, I started requesting January 1st of 2023, and there are many developers who have not responded to my requests. And I've been waiting for September 1st to kick in. We're now in Q4, and it's a different kind of environment. I can elaborate a little bit more on that. From the developer experience, it's really cumbersome. I kind of think about the EHR developers who had a DSTU2 API out under MU3, and then since MU3, they were really prepared to onboard applications. So that's the top 10 EHR vendors by market share, right? It's the 190 plus vendors that are on Chapel who really kind of rolled out their R4 API at the end of 22 to get certified by their certifying body. And a lot of them, these APIs are not ready for production. They're not operational. They certified, but there's no real world testing. So the only way you can do real world testing on a FHIR API for the patient auth workflow is to actually allow a third party developer like myself or Bettina to request that API in a timely manner, test and move to production. And then you can't even test that workflow until a patient actually comes through. So this concept of vetting, which is becoming very clear to me, is prevalent throughout the space. And this concept of the patient requesting the app before the app can gain access to the API is against the intent of the law, in my opinion, but also there's enough FAQs published by the ONC that I just feel like a lot of the cert technology vendors and providers are not spending the time to really understand their responsibilities under the law at this time. And it prevents consumers to get their data, because you should be able to easily search for an app, pick it, and then search for your provider. It's equivalent to Google search. It should be that easy.
So I totally share, Jennifer's experience. We live, it's a arduous path to access all that data points, which follow the standards with lots of variation, and it's a lot of effort to maintain our apps to access those data points. I think one for the patient perspective, or the end user perspective, one of the critical points which we have to work on is communication and education. Those payers endpoints, yes, they have to abide to those API, but they are not subject to inform their members that those approved apps are accessing their APIs. And so the large population, especially of individuals at higher risk, the elderly, those kids with chronic disease, individuals who live with cancer, and this is not a couple of years, active disease management story. It's a lifetime story. I used to be an oncologist, so I understand that as well. And Elise was very keen in expressing so clearly, what it takes on the patient side. So there is a public health need. And as we are all with government agency laboring to provide patient access for actionable results, patients need to be informed. Those 65 million Medicare beneficiaries who can accept those 80+ approved apps, not all of them are for, daily care management. Some are to select a health plan. So those, I think, should be separated out to be more understandable and useful. But this website listing those apps is buried into the Medicare.gov website. So I think as a public health agency, you have to make it clear that those Medicare approved app and others like One Records and Numetrics, who have labors to try to provide patient access, can be life-saving. And patients need to know about them. So that's, I think, a critical thing to overcome. They do not. And mobile access to a portal doesn't give you the breadth of information and patient's decision-making or apps provide. So you saw the Bwell demonstration. It's more than just accessing the data and viewing your lab result, which we all do, and show nice graphics. This is telling you information of what this particular lab value means. For us, we notified individual about severe drug warning using ONC algorithm. And all drugs and elderly patients should not be prescribed, so for them to discuss with their prescribers. So again, tremendous, I think, effort of communication need to be achieved. You have a community of developers who have dedicated their work to make it work, even in a harder environment of connecting with hundreds of different endpoints. But there are multiple apps out there which can be very valuable for individual decision-making and patient support, and for communicating with their physicians. So let's work on that.
I think I just want to add something. We started talking about patient experience, and we started talking about for UX experience. And we've talked a little bit, as a developer, it is very hard to connect to every single EHR and get timely access to that API. The other thing that is happening with these FHIR APIs and the OAuth workflow is an interpretation on how to implement the OAuth piece. So, the concept of a consumer being able to quickly and easily access their data is from portal access, being able to log in and download your data under meaningful use, reusing those credentials that were given to you for your portal to authenticate against the FHIR APIs. What I'm seeing is a lot of the cert technology vendors implementing almost a new enrollment workflow. So they are asking patients to create a second username and password and able to authenticate against those FHIR APIs. And sometimes I'm seeing a username and password with also like an additional key code of some sort. So a unique code that is separate from the username and password. And a lot of times this has to do with whether or not the EHR developer outsourced their FHIR development to a third-party vendor, and they need to create that hard ID behind the scenes so that they can pull the data that's attached to that person. But other times I think it's just the choice of the EHR developer to actually create more friction for the user to authenticate against that FHIR server. We saw this on the payer side with the CMS mandated APIs, but they rectified that and saw the error of their ways. EHR developers have yet to do that. And I think it's because, again, a lot of them really didn't spend the time to look at what standards are called out in the IG and how to implement it in a way that gives consumers easy access. The last thing that I'm seeing with from a developer experience perspective is that where is the FHIR server hosted? Is it on-prem? Is it in the cloud? Can the EHR developer or cert technology vendor easily authorize that client ID for the developer to get access? There are so many friction points that still exist in just onboarding developers that, I don't think are going to show the scale of adoption that we want to see with these FHIR APIs until these issues are addressed.
And speaking of security and privacy, listening to Mickey, I will be totally fine. We will totally fine at your metrics to abide by HIPAA rule, even if patient-facing technology do not have, not subject to HIPAA. But 12 years experience in having conversation and listening. We have support phone line to our user, whether Medicare beneficiaries, their family caregivers. Very few, by the way, health plan users, because they don't know that our apps or another app has been authorized to access their data. So our experience has been with beneficiary of federal programs, so veterans and Medicare beneficiary for the most. The idea of security privacy for us has never been an issue. We have a privacy by design architecture. I mean, we were very proud to have been called by the FTC at one point to participate in one of their workshops to highlight our privacy by design architecture. It's edge computing. We benefit from mobile architecture. All the data are only on the user's mobile device. We don't collect data. We don't see your data, but we use the cloud to develop and deploy algorithms and renew those algorithms so we can notify an individual if they are at higher risk for severe COVID, that they should benefit from Paxlovid treatment, for instance. So I don't think abiding by HIPAA rule is going to overcome that patient access barriers. I think the main issue, and I'm going to repeat myself, is education and communication. What are apps out there? And as a Medicare beneficiary, I just received from my mom our Medicare handbook. I went to the Blue Button page, and it talked about a service to download your claims. How clear is that for a Medicare beneficiary to understand what that means? It will be valuable to see the language you see on Medicare.gov, that it says to put all your health record in one place, for instance, to share that information with your records. So you don't have to scramble about remembering all those meds, or when my mom had, an electrocardiogram, for instance, and what is the name of our cardiologist. That will be more telling for beneficiaries. We are still, we are not in the pandemic anymore, but we are getting in the fall and the winter, and the elderly will be more likely to fall ill from the flu, an RSV infection, or another variant of COVID. They need to know they are at higher risk. They need to make use of those apps who have, analytics embedded in them and just more than display health record from a patient portal, even through a mobile app. So again, education, communication.
Well, the panel has done a great job of weaving us through my questions. I did want to, we moved from kind of the patient experience to the developer experience. And I love that kind of direction that you guys took us. I do want to take us back just briefly to the patient experience and hit on, Bettina, the point that you were making about privacy and security, because as someone who oversees Blue Button for CMS, that's something that I think a lot about. And so Avinash, Jennifer, just wanted to see if you had anything to add on the privacy and security space, because I think a patient, that is something that patients care about. And it's something that we at CMS care about. I know it's something ONC cares about. So wanted to pose that question to the group.
Yeah, from a privacy and security perspective, I think it's transparency, right? So here are a couple of things you have to do as an app developer. Number one, if you've ever tried to publish an app to Apple App Store or the Android App Store after COVID, you know how much you have to go through to get a health app published to the app stores. It's very difficult, many questionnaires. You really have to go through all your policies and procedures, and also where is the data hosted and kept. Every time you do a new push to the App Store, they re-review your whole app. They can take it down. So thank you to Apple and Android for making my life hard, but I do appreciate it. Then there is, how do you clearly list your terms and conditions and privacy policy to consumers? We have on our website an audit log. So anytime you see an update to our policies, a consumer can go back. You have to give consumers the ability to opt out of your solution, purge all of their data, just the right to be forgotten, right? I think that also the question is, where's the data hosted? I know Bettina's app is on the phone, ours is in the cloud. How do you present that data within the UI? Privacy and security will continue to be a thing for every organization, not just app developers, but health systems and EHR vendors alike. I think it's just being able to find that information in a transparent format that then consumers can choose which app they want to use. They have a choice of which app to download. No one's forcing them to use one application.
Right, and I'll just build on that. Those are really implementation challenges and implementation areas that definitely app developers need to be aware of, and EHR developers. Also from the perspective of what we like, the standards that are put into certification program and standards that are being built and worked on, they're inherently secure. I mean, they use all the latest secure technologies like that we all are using in our other applications, banking and travel and all that stuff. So really speaking, the technologies that underlie health APIs are not any less secure than any other application using APIs in other sectors and or by health in other areas. So I just want to emphasize that they are inherently secure. The standards community works very hard, and some of the things like the way in which OAuth, which is a way of authentication authorization, is developed, it really puts the consumer in the driver's seat, and really consumer and their providers kind of are in control of those APIs, and there is no centralized place where a EHR technology vendor is like you're sending them your portal username, password or something. I think I saw a chat message there. So I just want to mention that. I can just add one more thing. I think because there was a chat message which came about on, can you use your one, if you have multiple portals, username, passwords, what happens? Do you forget it? And the like. There are obviously standards work that's happening around standards-based way of being able to have a digital identity. But beyond that, just in terms of certification program, we have established in our OAuth process a way to get like once you remember and type in your username password, you get something called an access token. And we have in our program regulatory requirements that enable patients to get a refresh token, if that is a concept, whereby if you go within the first 3 months and you keep checking your data, in theory, you may never have to re-log in again, unless there is there are obviously implementation challenges. But I just want to mention security is critical and important, but I don't want to let industry feel that just because APIs are like open APIs, they're not open, they are open standards-based APIs. They are absolutely well secured.
To add on to that, I think that's actually a big misconception when people think a third-party app is asking for access to the API. No data can flow until that token is passed between the app, and it's a three-legged handshake, right? You have the patient, you have the app developer, and you have the data source. Nothing can happen until that happens. And I think that that has been the biggest issue in understanding that. And I really do think providers and certain technology vendors need to spend time looking at that spec and understanding how it works. And additionally to that, you're using an OAuth workflow in most of your banking needs today. Like, I'm sure everybody's using Venmo or Zelle. You're doing this, you're connecting your bank accounts, you're getting your data or money, and you're sending it to somebody else. So it's no different than what we're trying to do here with the FHIR APIs.
So remember, oh, go ahead, Bettina.
Sorry, I remember testifying before Congress on the utility of mobile health apps. And I made a point as a physician that, and as a family caregiver of an older mom, that there was more harm in not having your data than the security risk they perceive some apps may have. I mean, if we have healthcare data breach today, they are mainly on the EHR side, not on the patient-facing mobile apps. And I want to bring more, again, the point, very important point Jennifer made. This is also about transparency. When it comes to security and privacy, you have to be clear, stating to that end user what you do and don't do. We make use of the short form of the ONC for the privacy policy. You know, who reads through pages long of those privacy policy? Yes, we are abiding by and sign the Caring Alliance code of conduct, but we make use of that short form, and it's coming first for view to our users before they use the app, so they can have a clear encapsulated view in a graphical form of what we do and don't do. In our instance, it's quite simple because we don't see, we don't store data, and we don't share your data because we don't store them. But that should be very clear to that end user.
I also think from a privacy and security perspective, like if you launch an app in Epic, previously Epic App Orchard, or now it's, Epic on FHIR or whatever their new marketplace name is, they ask you a ton of questions. Almost every EHR vendor has a huge questionnaire that you fill out, but it does not determine your ability to access that API. It is something for them to keep on record for audit purposes. And I think that something to remember is these patient access APIs are so simple. And if we can't get these to scale and everybody's using them, you will not be able to use the FHIR APIs for other use cases. Like, this is the easiest thing that you could roll out, that then you can build upon that as a foundation for anything that is more B2B, whether it's provider to provider, provider to payer, payer to payer, whatever the use case is. So every organization should spend time at looking how they implemented their FHIR APIs. Doesn't meet the implementation guides, doesn't meet the law, and how can they make it easier for patients? Because otherwise we're not going to see these APIs scale. And from another perspective is the Caring Alliance has done a lot of work on producing a document that helps organizations develop their security questionnaires. And I just don't think that's being utilized outside the payer ecosystem, and the EHR vendors really need to embrace that to develop how they collect information on third-party applications.
Recognizing that we're coming down to the end of our time, and I know we're going into a break after this and want to make sure people have a chance to get some water or take a bio break. Wanted to wrap up with one last question. As you look towards the future, what do you see for patient access? And as we have this huge community here together today, what would you ask of them to help drive towards this vision? And Bettina, maybe I'll start with you with this one.
So, we have partners with you at the federal level from the very start, accompanying policy. We implemented direct when it was a way to exchange data, but it didn't really scale, didn't work. That was not our fault, but that was a try. Then we came to API, and we even, parsed a text file for Medicare claim data back in the days, for Medicare Blue Button 1.0. Now we are moving to TEFCA, but it's going to take a few years. So we are all for it. It's going to be also strenuous for developers. They are legal barriers, there are technical barriers, to make TEFCAP work. And also there is, I worry about, there is no mandate for adoption of TEFCA. So I'm not sure it's going to be effective to get actionable results. So we are living here in 2023. And we know that we can help patients better manage their healthcare with what we have. So again, my big ask from our federal government partners, we all share the same mission. We are here to support your efforts on the policy level. But Medicare, Blue Button 2.0 is a TEFCA-like. That's one single data source, for instance, for 50 million Medicare beneficiaries with Part D coverage. And even for, I will also argue that you have the Part C data for the Medicare Advantage plan. Why don't you put them, I know it's another data set, but why don't you put them in the Medicare Blue Button 2.0 so that there is one single data source for patients and their family caregivers to hit and for developers to manage so that they can access their longitudinal health history with all those important details for safer care. So that's my wish and the short-term vision to be effective.
So here's my wish list. On the payer side, I need payers to support commercial lines of business. I know CMS doesn't regulate this, but we're already seeing movement at the state level in California. So all lines of business to get those payer APIs to where they should be. Additionally, testing for those payer APIs and stability. On the EHR and cert technology vendor side, I'm a crawl, walk, run kind of girl. I'd just like to see that the FHIR URLs at the client level are published so that I can easily place them in the app so people can search for their provider where they received care by their name or the practice name. I would like to see the government work on thinking about, additional implementation guides for the standardization of the data. So additional versions of USCDI. So USCDI 10, let's get there. And lastly, I'd like to see EHR developers embrace third-party applications. We're not evil. I'm a normal person just trying to build a cool app.
Thanks, Jennifer. Avinash, I'll give you the final word.
Well, plus 10 to Jennifer on USCDI version 10. But seriously, yes, I think that's definitely, we want industry to build on and support those additional as new versions of USCDI come in. I think that definitely has value. I'll also request the public. It's an open and public, transparent process of suggesting new elements, working on it. That's how we build advanced elements. So please contribute, please comment on it. I'll say what I heard from here on this just panel, 30 seconds, would be education. I think we have, I'll just to put a perspective on it, the QoS rule compliance really came about end of 2022. We are literally in the first inning, if I was using the sports metaphor, for a compliance regulated environment of APIs. So I'm optimistic that with the push that patients will have on their app developers, we'll definitely see EHRs coming along and be building, supporting the scalability of these APIs to be to provide more innovative resources. So I'm optimistic. I have gone through the first decade of health data being accessible using CCDA documents. I see tremendous potential. I'm using apps that are API generated, and they're using cool new innovation techniques and generating cool data. So really optimistic about that. We definitely would love to continue to hear from app developers. I think that's what really helps federal agencies. I know speaking for ONC, but definitely for you also, Alison, I feel when we hear from you all about what works and what are some of the challenges, that what spurs me, my team, and others to kind of be supportive of. So keep it on coming, and we'll love to support you all. Thank you. Back to you, Alison.
Well, this has been a really excellent panel. Bettina, Jennifer, Avinash, thank you so much for spending the time today. I think a lot of great information. I saw a lot of people, doing +1s in the chat. So great job. And we are going to take a 10-minute break. So I think we're coming back at 2:15. So see you then. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys. That was fun.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're excited to be with you today. This has been such an amazing day already. This has been just enormous. My name is Ryan Howells. I'm the principal at Levitt Partners. We also help run what's called the Carin Alliance, C-A-R-I-N, carinalliance.com, that has been focused on the last 8.5 years on getting patients digital access to their healthcare information through the use of modern technologies like the FHIR APIs. Many have talked about the Carin Alliance work. I'm hoping to be able to integrate it in some of the things that we're going to talk about here today. But I don't want to sidestep our panelists, who I'm so excited to be with today to tell about their patient experience. I'm going to go around to each of them, have them introduce themselves. I'm going to start with Christine Bechtel, which, as I told her earlier today, she is the OG as it relates to patient access. And I'm really excited as a co-founder of X4 Health and as a patient advocate herself. Christine, I'd love to hear your introduction as we go into this.
Well, thank you guys for having me back. It's been a long time. It's nice to see lots of friends and colleagues. So as Ryan said, I'm Christine Bechtel with X4. We are a purpose-driven organization. We specialize in social impact design with a particular commitment to complex problem solving. And our superpower is really bringing people together and designing meaningful conversations to create the momentum for change and help them develop real plans to manifest that change.
Thank you, Christine. We're excited as well to have Anna McAllister here as well. She's also a patient advocate. She's a HITAC member and an entrepreneur. Anna?
Hi, it's such a pleasure to be here and to see you again, Christine, and to connect with everybody else. I have a diverse background. I began in economic policy and foreign policy, and then for personal reasons, I have type 1 diabetes. I switched gears and got into healthcare. During that time, I've done public affairs in healthcare, but I've also done 2 health technology startups. Was one of the early leaders, founders of the We Are Not Waiting movement in the type 1 diabetes space, which is a white hat patient hacker movement that's now global. I've done a variety of other things, but for the past 5 years, I have been working as an independent consultant, working mostly with health technology companies, medical device companies, think tanks on creating frameworks and putting together mechanisms for embedding patients in all aspects of data governance, and doing so in a way that actually earns the trust of patients as it relates to data and the use of de-identified data for many purposes, including research, real-world evidence development, et cetera. So this stuff is incredibly important to me, and I'm constantly amazed at the level of dysfunction and difficulty that somebody like me has in getting access to data and being able to use it the way that I need to use it to inform my health.
Thanks, Anna. And finally, we have Michael Phillips from the AARP, Director of Strategy and Relationships. Michael?
Ryan, thank you so much for having us, and kudos to everybody on the call. This event's been fantastic so far, but I've really loved the enthusiasm of just creating a better world for all of us to kind of live in and grow older and age more healthy in. So thanks for all of the work everybody's doing. I lead digital inclusion efforts at AARP, and using technology and the digital world to live a more healthy life, a longer life, is in the top 3 things that our constituents say they want to use their technology for. So we've really leaned into how we can help the patient and consumer access in the health space recently, and just thankful to be here as part of this panel.
Excellent. Thank you all for joining us today. Anna, I want to start with you and just get your sense of, as a patient advocate, as someone who's suffering from a chronic disease yourself, give us a sense of what your experience has been in accessing your own health information and why it's important to you to have it as you are continuing on that patient journey.
Sure. I mean, to give you a little bit more context, so I have type 1 diabetes. I've always had, historically, had very difficult to control diabetes. So as a result, I have all of the complications from diabetes. I have eye disease, nerve disease, kidney disease. Kidney disease causes hypertension, and a few other things that are unrelated, just thrown in for the mix. So as a result, I use 14 different medications. I follow, you know, I think the last I counted was 23 different lab values very closely, and there are a bunch of others that I follow less closely. And I use about 14 different medical devices, 5 of which are medical grade, others are more consumer grade. And to this day, very little of that actually connects, except for those that have been hacked by my patient hacker community, the We Are Not Waiting community. So just recently, I was trying to see, I'd seen a couple different physicians for something that's relatively straightforward, not difficult, but it was important for them to have the lab values associated with the tests that have been conducted by 3 different, the 3 different physicians. These physicians happen to be in 3 different healthcare institutions. So they did not have access to one another's medical records. And at the end of the day, I spent 30 minutes with my doctor trying to find the lab values from 3 different hospital/healthcare provider systems, and struggling with getting access to the app, having to go through 2-factor authentication for the apps, getting into a patient portal in one case, etc. And at the end of the day, after 30 minutes of being frustrated and trying to show the doctor my telephone and then getting into a different portal on my telephone and then handing it back to her, I was just like, well, I think the value was X. So I had all of this information somewhere. I was somebody who works in health technology, who helped start a patient hacker movement. And while I was there in the moment, since I didn't print out the documents ahead of time and take it with me to the physician, none of us were able to access the data that we needed for a pretty straightforward clinical assessment using data that had been generated in 3 different places. And again, as somebody who's nerdy enough to be involved in discussions like this, who's privileged to be part of HITAC, Health IT Advisory Committee, and to have worked and advocated with these issues for now more than 10 years, 12 years. It's remarkable to me that we've invested this many billions of dollars, and somebody like me is still presented with a situation when I go to get a clinical assessment. And I wish that I could say this was unusual. This has happened to me so many different times. Just in this particular instance, I'd forgotten to print out on paper the data that was in 3 different electronic formats. So, and I've seen the same kind of situation replicated multiple times. My siblings and I struggle to keep track of my mother's health information, which is in lots of different places as well. And we should be further along than this. And it's surprising to me and incredibly frustrating to me that we're not in a better place.
Unfortunately, this other issue that you're talking about is also a significant disease. It's called portalitis, right? And in terms of trying to figure out a way to get access to all of this information at scale. Can you just real quickly in the chat, they talked about the patient hacker movement, just give a couple of sentences on what that is?
Sure, this is truly one of the coolest things that I think has happened in the digital health space. And I say that very humbly as somebody who was just involved doing very nerdy policy things in the beginning. It's called the We Are Not Waiting movement, # We Are Not Waiting. You can find it on Twitter, X, Facebook. I'm currently operating a closed loop artificial pancreas system that's a hacked system that connects my continuous glucose monitor with my insulin pump, doses me automatically. And that system is currently, last count I heard was there are 30,000 people globally using this system. And there are medical device companies that have sort of versions of this, but frankly, this version is developed by people who have diabetes or have children with diabetes. So I trust this system far more than I would from the systems of the device companies, not because I think the device companies are trying to do something bad, but because this hacker movement, everybody involved has skin in the game. So if something goes wrong, it's immediately reported and fixed, and alerts go out to the entire community. So it has been a true game changer. And the work that this community has done is truly incredible. And I encourage everybody to Google it. The system I use is called Loop, and it's hashtag We Are Not Waiting.
These are good hackers, not bad hackers. That's kind of what I wanted to.
They're brilliant hackers, and they truly have saved and completely changed lives for the better.
Fabulous. Thank you for saying that. Christine, let me turn to you. You are dealing with a real-time situation in terms of as a caregiver for your mom. Tell us the story of where we've come from, certainly historically, and then actually where we are today.
Absolutely. So I spent 6 years on the Health IT Policy Committee, which I think was the precursor to the HITAC. So Anna, I feel your pain serving on Federal Advisory Committee. So I was really involved in meaningful use policy as a consumer advocate. So we created something. I'm just going to share my screen if that's okay, Ryan, and show you guys a couple images here. So in 2015, Farzad Mostashari, who a lot of you guys know, he was the then national coordinator for Health IT. He called me with an idea and he said, listen, I think we should declare July 4th Data Independence Day. This is 2015. And I said, well, what do you mean by that, Farzad? He said, look, meaningful use, like we're trying to get patients to use their data. We're trying to create revisions to the patient access rule under HIPAA. Like, what if we just got all of these patients to fire requests at the system, unleash their health data, and we'll democratize access to health data for everybody. So we built a campaign called Get My Health Data. It was funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. I did it in partnership with the National Partnership for Women and Families. And we created a whole set of materials to arm patients who we called tracers, like the tracer bullet, fire it downrange to illuminate what's going on. And we asked them to just go request their records and tell us what was happening since the HITECH Act was passed in 2009. How is it working? And these are just some of the images from that period of time. We saw a whole ton of CD-ROMs, PDFs everywhere. A lot of money, a lot of charges for patient access at that time. My favorite personally image is our patient tracer, Jeff, here on the left side. I think he's in South or North Carolina, wherever it would be appropriate to be in no shirt and a suspenders get up. So, he's got like 4 cans of Starbucks and he's just trying to make sense of data that's everywhere in different formats. You can see the paper, but also Blue Button had just come out at that time. So lots of multi-mixed media kinds of things. You guys, a lot of you will remember Bray Patrick Lake. This is my favorite quote from a tracer who said, I just paid $300 and I got my records on a CD-ROM, and maybe I should send a carrier pigeon to pay the bill after I call the hospital on my rotary phone. Like, what is this? Nobody has CDs anymore. So we saw a lot of really interesting things back then around you can ask for your health data if you ask correctly. Well, how totally obnoxious is that? I saw Mark Savage on earlier. This actually, Mark, was your, I think, tracer form back before you got formally involved with the campaign. We saw this a lot where patients were like writing in the margins of their records request forms. So this one, consolidated clinical document architecture. Honestly, this is just like not realistic. So this is what we were seeing in 2016. So fast forward literally 2 weeks ago, my mom and I went to Paris. I'm going to turn 49 again for the second time next year. And so we decided we would celebrate all year long. And we went to, we spent about 3 days in Paris, and then we went to the outskirts. Well, that's a misnomer. We went about 3 hours south of Paris to Amboise, and it's the land of wine and chateaus and castles. So here we are. We took turned out to be an ill-fated bike ride the next day, and we crashed. And so my mom shattered her wrist, ended up in the hospital there. She spent 5 days in the hospital. She had 2 surgeries. You can see she's got an external fixator here on the right. So this is a giant metal apparatus external to her body to stabilize her bones. And we just flew home on Sunday this week. So it's been an adventure. The care in France was, delightful. The experience was amazing. Anybody who wants to talk about hospital pricing in the US, I'm available. It was 7,500 euros for 2 surgery and 5 hospital days. So you'd get 7,500 bucks for a stay in the ER here in the US. But I digress. So you guys can see on my screen now, this is the French hospital, God bless Google Translate. And this is how you can access medical records there. They are where we were in like 29, maybe 09. So, you fill out a form, you request, and they mail it to you in like the regular mail. So now this is in Tours, France. Bettina probably can speak all the French in the world with me here. But so it may be a little bit different if you're in Paris or other parts of France. This is a town of about 136,000 people though. So a year ago, by contrast, I spent 3 days in the hospital caring for a friend who had an orthopedic trauma in Morgantown, West Virginia at WVU. That's a town of about 30,000 people. So it's actually a smaller town compared to where we were in this part of France. But we had real-time access in the US hospital to his health information. And it mattered to us. This was our health data hall in France. So we got 3 1.5-page reports, 2 surgical reports, 1 kind of a hospital care summary. I fortunately have a friend who is fluent, so she was able to translate these so that we could get an appointment here on Monday. We had an appointment just literally Monday this week with an orthopedic surgeon. And we, of course, got the infamous CD-ROM with the imagery on it, which I have to say, I cannot complain about that. Imagery is tough. So this makes sense. Let's see here. So here we are. She also, before we came home, got her bandages changed at home. So we got back to Paris, and this is the place that we were staying for 24 euros. We had a nurse come and change out all her bandages. And we did get 1 more day at the Eiffel Tower before we flew, which is great. So we got home and basically, we're like, okay, first thing we got to do is, we had a 9 a.m. Appointment with the orthopedic surgeon. So you can see this is her Athena Health portal in New Mexico where she lived. So we tried to download or get an email, anything. It didn't work, but the portal itself was good because it did have a great care summary on it. So I was very thankful for that. But it did not include the data that we needed, like her orthopedic scan and other things that had happened at procedures, not the doctor's office here. So enter Polygon Health. So Polygon Health is an app I started using for myself about 3 or 4 months ago because I had some other health data needs. I'll spare you the story there. But I knew from signing myself up how easy it was when we put, her name, her date of birth, a copy of her photo ID, and then several addresses from, where she's lived in the past. And it populates within 10 minutes, a ton of information. This case, we were really happy because you can see here on the right side, that physicians now urgent care, she unfortunately has to have a 3rd surgery this Friday. And so we needed to get a pre-op physical done and cleared. And the greatest thing about this process has been that we actually had access to her labs from that physical, which happened at about 12:30 yesterday. We already had access to that information this morning through this app. So at least I know the labs are done, they're back. We just have to have the primary care doctor sign off on things. But I'll just close and hand it back to Ryan. But I'll just say, Anna, I totally believe that we have so much more to do, and this is so frustrating. And for me, going to a foreign country and just seeing that anytime you can be better than the French at something, by the way, like that feels really great because they get us into all the areas that matter to me, like food and wine. But in this case, I really felt grateful for all of the hard work of the policymakers that we have around us today. And all the stakeholders and the people who are putting the hard time and effort. And I just kind of want to lift up for a second that moment of gratitude to say it could be, we could be back in the day that we were in. We have made a lot of progress, and being able to have access like that in one single location. It isn't perfect. Yes, there are design changes we can make, whatever, but it is, as somebody who's trying to provide care and support in real time, it is a game changer to not have to fight this battle over and over and over again in the way that we used to. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Christine. And our thoughts and prayers go out to your mom too. I hope she makes a full recovery as well. She's like
right here. She can hear you, and she's so excited to be part of the conversation.
I was going to say, it looks like she's in good spirits. So that's really great to hear. I'm very happy about that. That's the most important thing of all. Michael, let me turn to you briefly and just get your sense of where the AARP is focusing on. I mean, obviously, as you know, folks say, look, older Americans are in a situation where they don't use technology. They don't care about their health information. They're not actually accessing, for example, telemedicine services. I know you've said absolutely that is not the case, but give us a sense of really what's happening on the ground and what the data is that you have that contradicts that.
Yeah, no, thank you. And Ryan, I've been working on closing the digital divide for older adults for a lot of years. And I think it's been said several times already today that the pandemic and the lockdown was a major inflection point. Since the lockdowns, the adoption rate of technology has skyrocketed. The number of older adults in the United States, 50 plus is how we see older adults, is 90% have a smartphone now, and that's almost the same rate as younger adults. Most adults, the average older adult has 6 devices in their house that connect to the internet. And 50% are using tablets, which is higher than even younger adults. And when we look at usage, people are using the devices for all types of activities. But the two things that we hear from our constituents that they want to use the technology more for, one is connecting with family members, which will always be the case, and the second is for better health outcomes and better wellness and better connection to their providers. They sense that they could be using their technology better. They just the phrase that we hear quite often is, "I don't know what I don't know." So people are looking to know what are the apps and then how to use the apps better. The good news is, the penetration of the devices and online access to get to the data is there. We did a little bit of surveying earlier in the year, and we found that 69% of older adults feel like the technology and health apps are not designed for people like them. And this was broadly health apps, including patient portals and wellness apps, and apps that come along with medical devices like Anna was talking about. When we dug in a little bit deeper, it wasn't necessarily the specific user interface details that people kept talking about. They were looking at the overall experience, and what we hear is people want to be able to access data that's in a way that's easy to navigate and not too confusing, and that means no jargon and intuitive interfaces. Also, we hear often that people want simple instructions and simple directions, and I think that's a little bit different for older adults than it is for younger adults. From our research, older adults really want to understand how to navigate something in a more structured way in order to take full advantage of those things. People want to hear how to read the data. We keep hearing that over and over. They want easy instructions on what the data means, descriptions that are not in jargon but meet them where they are. And then fourth is simple logins, which I think we've talked about a little bit. And Ryan, I know you've done a lot of work in this space in your career, but when people are trying to access, when we have different people accessing different data across different devices, it gets to be very, very confusing. And I think that there's a big opportunity for identity access innovation in that space, to really address that challenge so that people have more access. Oh, you're on mute.
I want to be cognizant. Thank you, Michael. I want to be cognizant too of what's happening in the chat too. Folks are asking about just where they can download apps. You can go to myhealthapplication.com. You'll see 31 different apps there. It's embedded in Apple Health. If you have an iOS device, if you have an Android device, you can get it on Common Health. There are plenty of options out there to do this for free. It doesn't cost anyone anything to make this happen. Thank you, ONC and CMS for that. And in addition, thank you for the app community to make that happen. Let's and we talked about they also some conversation about international patient summary too. So hopefully France will implement that, Christine, and then we'll have some consistency across borders. I know there's ONC's working hard on that, and so is HL7. Michael, let me ask you. Let's kind of pick up from where you left off, and then I want to kind of go back around the horn, which is this idea of we have Smart on Fire that uses the actual patient portal credentials of your individual patient or your individual provider portal itself. But as we break out of this portalitis, we do have these technologies now, digital identity technologies that actually prove your identity, whether it's mobile driver's license, whether it's what we call the IL2 providers, the individual assurance, individual access services providers, sorry, I can't talk. The NIST 863 IL2 providers, they provide ability for you to get identity proofed. So the concept here is, how do you actually identity proof yourself once, if you choose to, and then never have to do that again? Use that same credential multiple times as a single sign-on in healthcare. Michael, tell us why that's important for older Americans.
Yeah, I think we all are dealing with the complexities of having, literally hundreds of passwords and accounts across all of our different portals that we access in our day-to-day life. And it's even harder for non-digital natives who didn't grow up in this space than it is for digital natives, and it's hard enough for everybody. And keeping track of those passwords and accounts, I think we all have different ways and methods of doing so. I think that it's also we have to think about the care teams that need access to this information as well. While I was on the call, I got a text from a family member who's in communication with my dad's doctor, and everything goes through nurses. What's in the pay? If we all just had access to that information, it would take a huge burden off the nurses in this scenario that we're dealing with this week, and I'm sure there's lots of other scenarios like that. So we believe that in order to solve this, it has to be a national standard. There has to be a national standard that companies are and payers and providers are accessing. And I think that's a big opportunity for to step in. The other thing I would just put out there is QR codes. Most everybody knows how to use QR codes, and we believe QR codes have an important place in people sharing their own information with different doctors and providers, and so they're not filling out forms a gazillion times, and then accessing the information from their devices when they get home. So the innovations are there. There needs to be some standardization. And I just want to put a plug out for this community all working together to drive the payer healthcare provider industry to invest in these better user design features that we're talking about. They're not always cost-saving measures for that community, but it's so important for our society that they're investing, they're producing the user experiences that we're all living with. They need to be investing in the user experience, and a lot of times that means co-design. There was a lot of talk about health equity at the beginning, and health equity means reaching a lot of communities that need experiences, need them considered in the experience. And investing in co-design is a critical component to what we're talking about today.
Yeah, that makes sense. Christine, just going back to you, and then I'll turn to Anna. This understanding of delegated access. There's been a lot of chat about delegated access. Identity proofing is something we can do today. It's in production. I think 85 million Americans have one of these credentials today, and more are coming online every day. But the idea of actually delegated access, personal representative, minors access, all the other things to make that happen, that becomes a little bit more difficult because of the paperwork and legal things that need to be involved to actually make that happen. We do have an infrastructure that somewhat supports that in healthcare, because from a health plan perspective, we know the subscriber member kind of construct there in terms of parent, legal guardian, and those that are actually connected to that guardian. So there could be some opportunities, but give us a sense of the struggles that we have for delegated access today.
Well, let me tell you how it works. Thank God my mother has one password. I know what it is. And there are 2 versions or 3 versions of it for everything. And I know her email. And so while she was in the hospital, and she is now one-armed currently, I can go online and guess at whatever her login and password might be. And that was critical. But the health plan, which is a whole nother story, in order for me to be, like her official person, they have to send me a privacy form. Well, actually, they have to send it to her, but they have to mail it, like US mail. Well, that doesn't help me because she's staying with me here in Maryland now, not where she lives in actually New Mexico. So I think practically speaking, the delegated access piece, if we understand how it's working today, and I think Bridget and Hamad are having the right conversation in the chat here about how many of us are like the IT personnel and the medical records consultants for our parents or our grandparents. If we understand that what's working today are the kind of universal logins, like use your Facebook login here, use your Google login. I know Amazon and Apple have their own. Or we're just guessing at passwords, or we're using, the iPhone, thankfully she does have an iPhone with face recognition. So I can either hold it up to her face or I know her password. So I can, do that. And had I not had that information, or had she, God forbid, been unconscious, I would have been completely toast. So I think knowing some of how patients and families have developed the workarounds today, understanding their use case. Michael mentioned it, user-centered design, human-centered design, co-design, that's going to be really critical. And I'll just say one small caveat, and then I'm sure Anna has a lot to say as well. I hate to design off like an N of 1 use case, but this isn't an N of 1. This happens all the time, whether it's family, parent, caregiving, kids, whatever the case may be. And so just being mindful of that and having them involved in the design will be key.
Thanks, Christine. Anna, what would you add here?
I was really appreciative of on the last panel. Forgive me, I can't remember the name of the panelists that mentioned it, but it just said it was one of the app developers talking about the friction points and how they're seeing it on the back end with various, EHR systems, hospital systems, et cetera. And I mean, as a consumer, largely when it comes to getting access to medical information from portals and hospital institutions, you see those friction points all the time, like the timing out of the token authorizations. That just drives me crazy. I mean, how many times have I authorized access to my medical records through HealthKit and Apple? How many times do I have to keep doing that and have to keep like re-consenting into various types of data to be fed into my iPhone, which uses facial recognition? And it's, I just got back from a couple of weeks in Italy, during which I had a health scare. I had done a retinopathy, I had an eye bleed, had to figure out my way through the Italian medical system. Thank you, Google Translate, for making it possible to communicate to people whose language I do not speak about very complex medical things. But just for whatever reason, 2-factor authentication was not working. I could not access a large majority, not just medical records, but other things, but like that's a barrier. I don't know why that was an issue when I was in Italy, but it was. And when it, I have a mother who's got substantial health issues, and the youngest of 5 kids. Each of us try to help out in our own way. Somebody changes the password because she can't remember it, and the notebook that she has, doesn't have the right password in it. And then that information doesn't get shared. So the next person has to replicate the process. And it's just constantly changing issues. And it's these points of friction that leads people to give up. And it's not just the points of friction around accessing medical care. That is one point of friction within the many, many points of friction in accessing insurance and accessing medication, et cetera. And people don't think of it as one discrete problem. They think of it as cumulative points of friction. And if you're that desperate to get your data, you've got a health issue, or you're working with somebody who has a health issue. You're already strained, you're already stressed, you're already exhausted from whatever it is that's ailing you. The idea of navigating what to a single developer or a single hospital system may seem like a relatively minor point of friction. It's not, I mean, most people, in my experience in working with different companies, they only think of their point of friction as one point of friction. And they don't see it as part of the cumulative total of all of these micro frictions that just lead people to give up. And then we wonder why people don't want to access their health data. We wonder why people, don't take advantage of these portals, and why people aren't getting actionable information from all of the data that we've invested in, infrastructure that we've invested in building. And that's why. I mean, we really have come an incredibly long way in the past 10 to 12 years since I've been advocating on this issue and working with others like those on this panel and this conference. But there are still points of friction that are making all of this investment useless. And those are solvable problems. I would love to see the private sector really step to the table and solve those.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a public-private sector partnership that belongs there. And we believe very strongly that digital identity is our key to actually getting out of the portalitis problem. If we can actually, if an individual can actually choose to prove their identity once and then not have to go through that problem multiple different times and memorize all these passwords, which are highly unsecure and are on the dark web, there's an opportunity here to actually then be able to say, I can have a single sign-on to make this happen. It's very trustworthy. It's actually embedded in the hardware of my phone. All these things can happen at scale, which is really kind of exciting. I think, let me just kind of think about this as we're thinking about the future. I also want to end on really a positive note about what is out there available to implement. One is obviously, we talked about this digital identity solutions. They're out there and available. Michael, you mentioned QR codes, right? So we've actually developed a standard called the Karen IG for digital insurance card. Literally, you can have that insurance card on your phone to use how and when you want, and then to upload that to any application that's out there today. That's available. Talk to your payer. If you want that information, we should be able to get it to you tomorrow to make that happen. We've also, as we mentioned, have all kinds of other things related to how we protect that data as well. I made a comment in the chat earlier, given what Mickey had talked about earlier, that these apps that are connected to TEFCA have to be able to follow HIPAA privacy and security rules. They're also actually adopting the Karen Code of Conduct. As a result of that, this data is now more privacy protected, secure, and consent-based than it is even inside of HIPAA today. So we have to start rethinking the way that data starts to move in this environment. And I'd love to get your kind of final thoughts as we go through the panel here on what are you hopeful for in the future? What are the things that you think are going to be some of the stuff that we want to have the most, the most progress on? What should we be focusing on from your perspective? I'll go Michael, Anna, and then Christine.
Yeah, I would start with I would be most hopeful around a mandated single strategy around interoperability that all providers and payers were bought into, that helped with a number of these different things. And then the second thing I would say for myself is really thinking about all the experience from the entire care team's perspective, and ensuring that family care members, clinicians, and patients all are part of the experience design.
Excellent, thank you, Anna.
I'll say a couple of things. One is we need to move forward with US CDI and get more and more types of classes and elements of data included in that, including data collected in the home setting from blood pressure cuffs, glucose meters, and CGMs, digital scales, et cetera. The fact that that data isn't available to physicians readily. And not to mention the fact that it also doesn't include lab results. I mean, that to me is a little bit mind-boggling at this point. And then secondly, from a private sector perspective, I'm super excited. The Sequoia project is starting a work group this coming year, and I'm going to be helping them out with that, where they will be working with, all the members of the Sequoia project. So a lot of the private sector companies involved in this, to think about how can we strategically design technology in a way that engages patients. So for those of you who are members of Sequoia or anybody else, I'm not here to raise the membership for Sequoia, but it is an opportunity for the private sector to come together and begin thinking through how can companies actually get rid of these points of friction and design collectively in a way with patients that will facilitate the actually actionable results, which is what this conference is all about.
Wonderful. Thank you, Christine.
Really great question. And I'll just give you a grain of salt and say, I worked on health IT policy for about a decade, and then I stepped away from it, I don't know, 5-ish years ago. So we have a lot of new acronyms, but the conversation is quite similar, which is really interesting to me. I think, we've gone to a place, and it was Casey Quinlan, God rest her soul, who I first heard use the word polyportalitis. And I think we've gone from a place where we knew that consumers were going to be like point to point to point to point, going and getting their stuff at these individual points. Now with APIs, I feel like my experience as a consumer has changed a lot, because I can have an app that is far more useful to me than any single patient portal, which is great. So, continue to make progress in that. But I think the rest of the loop closing is where I'm seeing the opportunity, which is part cultural, how we help the healthcare system recognize that when patients have their health information, it actually benefits them as well as us, right? They're not doing us a favor here. And I think second of all, you remember the Palm Pilots when we used to be able to beam our business card? Why can't I get my health data on my app now and walk into the provider's office or my mom's orthopedic surgeon and say, here, I am going to beam you my health record, because that's what's happening now. We're just making it really hard for patients. But when I come in and fill out your stupid forms, what we used to refer to as the sneaker net, me, tracking all, or moving all my health information around the system, that is what's happening now. So it'd be just nice to create both the culture, but also the technical approaches that will make it easy for patients to be a single source of truth when it comes to their healthcare encounters.
Absolutely. I think there's an
airdrop for health. You got it.
We do need an airdrop for health. And the great news is having an ability, we're creating an app ecosystem with these FHIR APIs, right? The prior authorization rules from CMS. We're now going to have app-to-app based data exchange. There will be essentially a catcher's mitt on the provider side to actually access this data. So we should make it easier to allow patients to be able to send that information to their providers in a way that's consistent with their own personal preferences. So 100% agree with that. I also know, just one other quick thing, we need to actually now start to prescribe apps to patients. I mean, making sure people are aware of this. We talked about this earlier. Education, education, education. So few people understand that they can get access to their health information, other than the group that's on this call. But and so few people have the ability to make that happen. A lot of payers have said nobody's come and access their data. Well, have you told anyone about it? No, we haven't. Well, why not? Let's figure out a way to get that information out there in a way that allows for that to happen. And then finally, obviously, finding the API endpoint. You could talk to our community about that. Trying to find that right now is really, really difficult. We're very hopeful that the work that ONC and CMS is doing is going to help make that a little bit easier. So Michael Phillips, Anna McAllister, Christine Bechtel, thank you so much for participating in this panel today. We really appreciate your strong patient-centered voice on this panel. This has been wonderful to make this happen. So thank you for that.
Brian, thank you. And thanks to the organizers as well.
Thank you. Great job, ONC and CMS, for this conference. It's really good.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to John Blum, Principal Deputy Administrator and Chief Operating Officer at CMS. John, good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Can you see me on screen? There we go. Very good to see you, Ryan. I think we're starting the next panel here to really better understand from payers best practices, but also suggestions for how we in the government, we in the patient community, we in the overall provider community can think about best practices and think about what is state of the art in sharing information. For CMS, we have two interests. One is that we're a payer, obviously, and so CMS is very eager to learn how our fee-for-service Medicare program can adapt to current best practices, but also that we also regulate, we also purchase, and so we are very focused on how we can think about our various levers to encourage better purchasing, to encourage CMS health plan partners to also think about best practices. So I am very excited for the panel, very excited for the discussion, and I think I'm turning it over to Danielle Lloyd to guide us through the discussion. Danielle, very good to see you.
Thanks so much, John. Nice to see you as well. I'm Danielle Lloyd. I'm the Senior Vice President for Private Market Innovations and Quality Initiatives at AHIP. That's the trade association that represents health insurers nationwide. I am privileged to be the moderator for the next panel of esteemed payer guests. I'm going to let them introduce themselves in just a second, and then we're going to dive into some questions about the role of payers, whether that's health insurers or states as payers, in patient data access and engagement. So hopefully my colleagues are going to join me on the screen here. And Tab, why don't you start off with the introductions?
Thank you, Danielle, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tab Harris. I head up our Provider Connectivity Solutions team and interoperability programs at Florida Blue.
Gary, since you're on the screen, why don't you go next?
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gary Parker. I am the Chief Data Officer for Alabama Medicaid, and I also serve as the State Director for the Health Information Exchange.
Kirk?
Good afternoon, Kirk Anderson. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Cambia Health Solutions, which includes insurance plans operating in the Pacific Northwest, and I'm also the board chairman of the HL7 Da Vinci project.
And Jason.
I am Jason Teeple, enterprise architect with Cigna Evernorth and lead strategy for both organizations.
Great, thanks so much, Jason. Why don't we go ahead and start with you? I want to talk a little bit about what you see as the benefit to patients for accessing their data, but particularly the payer data.
Yeah, we recognize that health is the starting point to vitality and where we can make the biggest measurable impact on people's lives. Having a patient being informed and engaged in their health is critical on the journey of creating like a healthier patient and having vitality around their lifestyles. So we want to make sure that we can inform and educate that patient so they know where the information is available and how they can be an active participant in making sure that they have the right motivation and support to stay healthy as they continue on their journey.
Gary, do you want to add anything to that from the state perspective?
Yeah, I think from our perspective as well, to tag along with what Jason said, we also think that accountability is both on our side on claims as well, and from the accountability for the recipient or the patient to be aware of what their healthcare options are, to exercise decisions that improve their outcomes over the course of their treatment program. And I think too that an approach that we've taken here is to simplify, I think in the previous discussion, those points of friction, to provide access points for our recipients to see both claims and clinical information in the same place.
Yeah, and sticking with you for a second, Gary, to sort of emphasize the benefit to the patients, how does it also help the states and health insurers for the rest of the panel in terms of getting those patients engaged?
So I think it at least allows us to directly talk with our patients on things that we can do better. Again, if you're trying to provide information for them to make better decisions, claims is a big part of that, both on are they adequately there or have the services been provided. But I also think that at least it gives an opportunity for payers to engage with their health information exchanges or their providers in getting information out in a single aggregation point so the payers and providers can benefit from that shared information.
Yeah, Kirk or Tab, anybody want to add to that?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think in addition to what's been said, I think the other benefit that we see as a payer in having our members being digitally engaged with us is it allows us to better support them as they are advocating for the cost of care, and not only being able to find the care that they need, whether that's searching for providers, scheduling appointments, but understanding things like where are they in their deductible, what can they expect their out-of-pocket costs to be. And so the more that we have that opportunity to support them through that journey, the more value they are going to get out of being a member of our plan. I think the other thing that digital engagement brings as a benefit to us is it can allow us to keep our administrative costs lower. So we have many members who prefer to get on the phone and talk to our customer support agent, and we fully support that. But we also recognize that when we can move some of those support calls to chatting in a mobile app, it allows our staff to be able to move on to other higher value activities, and that allows us to keep our overall costs down as well.
So you just mentioned a lot of different modalities there at the end of ways in which to engage the patients. So let's talk a little bit about how you all are, trying to meet the patients where they are and get them information. Tab, do you want to start with that one?
Yeah, I mean, I like to think that our members say, you had me at hello. And what I mean by that is that we have a program, we call it Unbox Your Plan. Whenever you join with us, understanding what your plan is, making sure that it's an eye opener and an educational resource to help the member navigate through all the available tools that matches their benefits, educating them on the digital tools that we have and all the resources that we have.
Kirk, did you want to add anything to that? About ways in which, you talked a little bit about phone lines and such, but.
Yeah, I think, we serve a wide population of different folks with different preferences. We definitely see an increasing utilization of our digital channels. This past year, we saw a 35% increase in the use of our mobile app, which is great. And we think we're seeing that because we are packing more features and more capabilities into those solutions as a result of meeting with our members, hearing their feedback, listening to what they want us to help them with as they're navigating care and maximizing their benefits. And so that's a big part of it. I think we're always going to be supporting members where they are, but the trend is definitely more toward digital channels, which is encouraging.
Jason?
Yeah, I think one area that is like a great opportunity is even at open enrollment, right? That's where you have a captive audience, and education starts at the point of having a captive audience. Otherwise, you're fighting an uphill battle. So we see that as an opportunity during the open enrollment period to inform and educate about the opportunities that they have, because we understand that patients are looking for a more personalized and transparent healthcare service. So let's make sure that they have the education materials in front of them during that enrollment period, so they can say, oh, okay, I know what services are now going to be available to me. And then it's just going back and reaching out, and it's continuous, engagement. It's not a one-time engagement. It has to be over and over again. Much like you try and deal with it, anyway, kids, right? You just constantly have to remind them over and over again. There's opportunity here. So it's, from start to end, you have to start
Yeah, I have to constantly remind my husband too. So I'll just add that. But Gary, you've got a little bit of a fan base here for what you guys are doing in Alabama. So do you want to tag in here as well?
Yeah, so so when the interoperability stuff came out, Medicaid, which runs the state AIG, decided to leverage our health information exchange as a front end. What that allowed us to do is to bring in our eligibility file into the exchange, to leverage the claims information for there and provide through that app, which is called My Health, both an access point to see both claims and information and clinical information from providers that they're being seen. Again, it's a kind of a single point, but I think to this point, it's creating a synergy between the payer and the provider and the patient. And, you know, we're all watching out for you. You know, we do have your interest at hand, but I think that that's allowed us to expand the user experience to make it a little bit easier, because we are trying to utilize services such as self-authentication. We have testing now, Clear. If you're familiar with Clear, it's part of the airport self-authentication process. To do that self-authentication one time for the app, and then you have access to all the clinical information and claims information within One Health record, and being connected in the eHealth exchange and care quality realm allows us to really pull down all the data available that we can find on that patient in those networks.
Yeah, so there's an interesting point here in the chat about whether or not any patients are pushing back on sharing health data as a big brother concept. Let's talk a little bit for a second, right? In order for this information to be used, there has to be some trust, and it has to be actionable and information that's usable, right? So how is it that we, help patients, want to use this data, from the trust perspective, but also how do we help them make sense of it, right? From a signal to noise sort of perspective. So Kirk, do you want to start with that one?
Yeah, I think the signal to noise point is an important one. We've made a lot of progress as a system, and thanks to CMS for some of their leadership in that space to make raw data more available to patients, and whether that's getting that data out of your insurance company or out of a provider system. But raw health data is sometimes not very useful for patients. You need to be able to get insights. You need to be able to understand that data, which can be very arcane and technical and medical. And so I think alongside making sure patients have access to their own data, which is of course their right under law, really important that the features and capabilities that all of us are layering on top of that data make it easy for those patients to make sense of that data. It's a little different than, say, in personal finance, where the raw data that I can get from my bank or my 401k, I can kind of intuitively know what I need to know. I know dollars and cents. I know how the 401k is performing. But I can't make any sense out of my lab results or my knee x-ray. And so I think alongside, again, making sure patients have the data that they're entitled to, how do we as a system help them make good use of it? And that's an area that I think all of us continue to see opportunities for improvement.
Yeah, and to some extent, some of this is how it's displayed, right? And the words used and other aspects. But Tab, you wanted to add?
Yeah, one thing I absolutely agree with Kirk, and we have internal digital teams that can speak to our member tools, but I mentioned I work with the providers. One thing that we do is try to ensure that we're displaying and sharing the same information or consistent information. If a member sees some information, they might go to their provider. We want to ensure that that provider sees that same information, but it's so critical, as Kirk mentioned, for understanding clinical data. Unless you are a clinician, you definitely might understand it, but it goes also with some of the administrative, like cost estimation. If I show something in this tool, it should be very consistent in that tool. That will help with discrepancies and misunderstandings of the data. And of course, I know this discussion is around the technology, but we still have lots of phone calls that come in, clarifying questions. We have FAQs on our website and things like that.
Jason or Gary, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think I'd like to go back to, it's always about the education, right? And keeping the information in context in which it's being viewed. Definitely are going to be more challenges as a patient has access to a broader set of information in one application, because if you start looking at the claim view of a clinical encounter and you're trying to compare the two, you may get lost in what exactly is being said here. You want to make sure the patient understands, well, here's the clinical view of this, of the data that you're looking at and what the intended purpose is versus the payer view and what the intended purpose is. So when they start combining information, they're not getting lost in the weeds. And that can very easily happen when you start combining data from all these sources that have different code sets. You start getting into the merging of data. It does become a challenge. And we don't want to put a member or a patient down that path where you're making their health worse because you're making them worry about all the information they have access to. We want to make sure it's meaningful to them.
And curated, right? Gary?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think you have to do your rendering of data and visualization to the patient in a way they understand it. And I think where that combination of merging is helpful is fine. But I'll also say, I think to Jason's point, a lot of this is on education. You have to go out, you have to provide at least training videos, access points. You have to go through your managed care plans. Your care managers has to, engage providers. Please impose on your patients. They have access to information. And yeah, we really don't want to use multiple portals. I think in the previous discussion, a multitude of portals doesn't help the recipient as well, or the member. So again,
I think we're supposed to call it, what was it? Polyportalitis. I think we all have to adapt that into our vernacular now.
Right. And so I think that's where at least our application and education at least has value in what we're doing. I do say, though, that I think that we have to distinguish in the ground, the group, the people in the field, how they can propose a patient access to information and what it can benefit them, again, because they're the ones that's talking to them on a daily basis as well.
Yeah, it's interesting in the chat about sort of who delivers the message, and that plans employers may be viewed a little bit skeptically compared to providers. I think that's certainly true in some cases. From our survey work with enrollees, we find, though, that the financial information is something that consumers do trust from the provider in particular, because the plans have access to where the patients are in their deductible and what the copay structure is, et cetera. So it's interesting, that some of it is that you guys talked a little bit about purpose, right? And who it's coming from, that the messages might best be delivered by different organizations or people, depending on what the purpose is of the information. At least that's one thing we've found. There was a question earlier about underserved communities. So transitioning to that a little bit, I think there's two sides of this. Of making sense of it is not something, that's you sort of cart before the horse. You have to be able to access the information in the first place. Someone was saying, in the chat that maybe you have a phone, but you don't have unlimited data, so you can't download, large resources or something to that effect. So there's how do you actually make sure people have access to the digital tools? But then it's also, everybody's coming from a different, health information and technology literacy perspective. So let's talk a little bit about things that are being done or could be done in this area. Jason, do you want to start with that one?
Sure. So Cigna's completed a study that showed that 9 out of 10 patients struggle with health literacy and technology, which is not great, to be blunt, right? Like it's not helpful. So it goes back to, what do we have to do? So we help our patients by understanding how to use the tools that we have in-house, like such as mycigna.com. We have case managers that when a patient calls in, we walk them through what tools they have available to them, why they could use these tools, and where they kind of fit into their life cycle of where they are with their care continuum, right? So we try to promote health literacy anytime we have an engagement with a member to understand where they are and what opportunities they seek and what channels they can go down. We also offer like vision impaired services, hard of hearing support, just to make sure that we kind of cover, wherever a member is and whatever challenges they have, we want to make sure that there's no limitations, right? So it's a lot of meeting that patient where they are, understanding what they need for their services and making sure that we make it available to them.
Garrett, do you want to share anything from the state side?
Well, I think Jason put it quite well. I think at least in the Medicaid world, we have a variation of folks that are members based on the economic and educational scale. And I think that to his point, actually, you do have to meet them where they are, but you got to talk to them and understand what their challenges are. You've got to engage them, and whether you're doing that directly or through your contacts in the field, through your direct offices or your we have district offices here in the state that engages those folks. You got to have them there and a place to go to answers where they don't. So it's okay to say, yeah, I want to help you. I don't know that, but let me get back with you and then follow up with that. I think, Danielle, you mentioned a point earlier about trust. I think all this hinges on trust and integrity and what you're able to do for them. That brings value, that at least they think value as an individual and they know that you care for them. And I think that's, again, that's the underlying point, that the technology and the education is great, but if they don't trust what you're doing or have confidence that you have their welfare at hand, you're not going to have a lot of inroads in any of this that you're doing.
Any Tab or Kirk, anything to add there? Pretty well covered.
Not for me.
Yeah. So let's talk for a second about longitudinal health records. Mike, and I apologize, I can't remember his name from the beginning, really articulated well about his and his son's experience in the healthcare system and how beneficial it can be to have sort of that, the record sort of commingled and over the long term. Can you guys talk a little bit from your perspective, again, like how maybe you do, or how we might better in the future help patients sort of gather their information and carry it with them along their healthcare journey? Who wants to start with that one?
I'm happy. Sure, I'm happy to start on this one. I think that what we've done recently with FHIR APIs and interoperability, allowing patients more direct access to their data, is a step in the right direction. But I think for many patients, what they want from us as a healthcare system is that those entities that are coordinating in their care, if you have a chronic condition, you might have 4 or 5 providers that you are having to work with to get that care that you need. And I think what many patients want is for those 4 or 5 providers to themselves be sharing data in a secure, scalable way so that they're all on the same page without the patient having to be the one that is connecting the dots of their own data. And I think similarly, as payers and providers collaborate for things like prior authorization, I don't think patients really want to be in the middle of that. I think they want the payer and the providers to be collaborating using FHIR APIs so that things like prior auth can be done in seconds instead of days. And fortunately, CMS is leading the charge in that space as well, and we're making some great progress. But I think, sometimes in interest of talking about the value of patient access to data and something like a longitudinal health record, we forget that there is tremendous benefit in just having everyone that's not the patient connected so that we don't have to put the burden on patients to be the data shepherds between all the disparate entities in healthcare. So I think it's a combination of the B2C which has always been sort of the focus of patient access and all the value that would derive from that, and the B2B, which is getting the healthcare system itself that should be serving all of us as patients to work more like a single coordinated system and not like it has always worked in the past.
And so just in case that's gibberish, business to consumer for B2C and business to business for B2B, right?
Right.
Go ahead.
One thing I'd like to add, and I'm going to maybe go on a slightly negative bend for a second. So humor me for a minute here. I have a concern, right? When we start bringing all this patient data together, whether it's all of us as a panelist right now, or all the apps that are out there, when we start synthesizing the data that we all have access to, we're just shifting a problem from, well, okay, a person now has access to information, but how a end consumer sees it will look different for each one of the panelists for every app that's out there, and how a provider sees it could potentially look different. So we could potentially be shifting the problem from, well, we have the data, but now how we look at the data is a challenge, right? And we have to make sure that the data that we're using and how it's represented to the consumer has a consistent model behind it, right? Because when we build out a longitudinal view, we have to understand what is the use case for that longitudinal view of a patient. Otherwise, you can start creating bigger challenges between that care coordination, right? Because if I have one provider organization that has their own custom built longitudinal view, and the member is coming from their payer side, and that's a different view of the longitudinal health, you start having conflicts, and you don't want to create conflict for the patient. You want to be transparent and bring forth ease of care and ease of information to them. So I think that's some of the areas that I think will be challenges as we kind of get into, hey, now we have the data, what do we do with it? And how do we make sure the patient is being, receiving it in a successful way and can be actionable with it?
So some of that, right, is standards based, right? So that it's apples to apples as you put all of it together, right? That's some of what you're talking about. So it's not just that everybody has the same physical view, it's that the information is consistent across.
Correct.
Yeah, Tab, I think you were.
Yeah, I wanted to add that I think it's important also, I heard my colleagues say education several times and in several panels before. It's important to know that we payers, and my colleagues would agree, we do not have all of your information, even the whole time you've been under us as a payer, because we may be connected to this provider, this vendor, but it's important to know that we don't have all of your information, because you'll hear, well, you have all of my claims, but it doesn't mean that we had the clinical content that went with that claim. I do believe that peer-to-payer data exchange will push that, but that's going to be a journey. And we will get there on that. I think it might be helpful, for maybe CMS to lead a program, about the value of the data sharing between the payers, and then the payers and the vendors and the providers and the payers, and have that type of, education continuum going out there, because it's not really competitive when we're sharing the data. The competitive part is once we get it and what we execute on after we've done that, and being able to help our members with it.
Any last words on that, Gary?
So just I'm not a complete component of longitudinal healthcare records. I think that's valid, but I think really for us in our space, when we look at the use case, again, the use case of what there is a community aspect of that use case, whether it's dealing with a substance abuse issue, which is really a chronic condition as well, or other areas such as heart disease or obesity. Those are at the root of a lot of secondary physical problems that we deal with. So when I look at the use case, and really whatever the encounter data is available, such as maybe a clinical note from a mental health center on a treatment program, I think that's where we have to be very, very conscious that when we look at a long-term healthcare record, really what is the duration of that? Really, what is the latency of that? And really what's really applicable to what we're using in this particular treatment or use case that we're applying to?
Yeah, so it's part of the question, right? Is this sort of the new notion of digital twins kind of thing? Is it from literally you're born till you die, your whole record, and who's really the right person or organization or people or organizations, who should be holding it, or holding pieces of it? I think there's still a lot of questions around that, but I would push back a little bit, Gary, when you say, you all from the state perspective aren't the keepers. The private payers are sort of in the same boat in terms of, consumers change plans over time, same as they change Medicaid and CHIP over time. So I think that's part of what we're grappling with is, where is the best place for this information to be stored or accessed? Maybe it's not stored, but an ability to access it, which I guess maybe will bring me into my next question. Some of this, like Tab, I was kind of laughing because you're like payer to payer, payer to provider, provider to, like all of the different ones, right? We don't necessarily want to create all of these individual connections, right? These point-to-point connections. Part of this is the notion of a national network. Not to do a little sales pitch here for ONC's Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement, but is there a role from an efficiency perspective, and even maybe from this perspective of not someone holding the data for all of this for all time, but making it available from everyone for all time? What role can this play? So Kirk, do you want to start off there?
Yeah, I think TEFCA, as you spelled out, Trusted Exchange Framework Common Agreement, is a key puzzle or a key piece in the puzzle, I think, to bring all this together. I think really what we are trying to bring forward is a healthcare system that is powered by APIs, which is how all the other industries that have taken full advantage of the internet, whether it's e-commerce or finance, the way they've done that is by leveraging application programming interfaces. And so it's not about everybody has a copy of everybody's data. It's about having software that's inside a provider be able to communicate and collaborate back and forth in both directions with software inside a payer or inside a lab, and software that consumers may have on their phones also being able to be a participant in that API-driven ecosystem. But even with APIs, there are still challenges that we need to solve for that can be a barrier to scalability. Point-to-point connections, you do the math, that's a lot of point-to-point connections. The providers we work with, many of them are having to integrate and collaborate with dozens, if not hundreds, of different payers. And aside from the technical complexity of all that point-to-point infrastructure, data use and contractual agreements between all of those different endpoints is itself a burden. So the concept of TEFCA, I think, can help address both of those things. So rather than having us have to have a connection with every provider in the country, we can have a single connection into a trusted exchange framework, and importantly, a single data use agreement into that network of networks. And I think that's going to be, along with the mandates and the directives that we're seeing come out of both CMS regulating payers primarily, and the ONC regulating provider side technology and all healthcare technology, that along with that, the concept of a network of network like TEFCA is an important part to make all of this work at scale. So we're excited about what may be coming out of that concept, eager to participate in pilots with patients and providers and other payers to prove that model out.
Gary, is there anything you want to add from the state side?
Yeah, so I think from a state, it's more localized. I fully support TEFCA as HIE supported by Medicaid. We are moving forward with our QHIN of choice with eHealth Exchange. But I think to a smaller scale, you bring that down. A lot of the exchange that you're doing is local. Yes, we can leverage the QHINs and the national networks, but a lot of the exchange in our space is local. So I think at the local level, the state level, there needs to be data aggregation there first, because a lot of the TEFCA QHIN requirements are going to fall on the QHIN participants. So as an HIE director, we're going to have to enforce those rules as they pass down. But we also act as a data aggregator for our state. So yeah, we get some payer information on their patient files, but data aggregation is more than that. You need to have, submit the claims available if it's there. Let's bring the providers. Again, hub connectivity, not direct point to point, and APIs will support that. So I think that you have to really look at the local aspect and local environment and solidify your local exchange first, and the HIEs can do that very well. But whether there are health information networks on a bigger scale, which are several of those. And I think that you escalate that up to the national level when you get the localized stuff aggregation figured out as well, because if you don't, you're going to have a lot of duplication coming across the networks.
Hey, thanks, Gary. I want to get to a little bit more future-looking discussion here as we wrap up around, how we can really increase patient access and engagement and sort of across the different things that you guys have talked about in terms of the apps and data through HIEs and patient access API. So let's talk about it generally, and then there's a couple specific questions in the chat or in the Q&A I want to get to. So Tab, do you want to start us off there, generally speaking?
Yeah, I mean, I believe CMS is doing the right thing. They're, driving the standardization and the consistency with the mandates. That will pave the way for us payers and the vendors, partners, and the providers to become more integrated and work better together and cycle better. And it'll push the consistency with the standards, and then with the mandates, allowing the person to choose the app of their choice. If I choose an app, I'm likely to know how to navigate it versus my previous portal for my payer or my current portal. I chose to do that. I'm going to learn how to navigate it. I'm probably going to understand what's in that information. For Florida Blue, we're going to continue to, engage with the members with, like I mentioned early on, with our Unbox Your Plan type of process. We're going to continue to build out digital solutions for our members, continue to work with our provider partners and vendor partners that engage with our patients or our members on a day-to-day basis. But I do believe that driving consistency in that sharing, and I heard on a couple of great panels earlier that driving that US CDI and driving the APIs, as Kurt said a couple times, that's going to help us continue to do that over the coming years.
Yeah, and maybe you can just address that also. There's a good question in the chat, about the fact that some of, the CMS interoperability rules apply to plans and federal programs and not to the commercial lines of business. So, can you talk a little bit about is sort of your, and this goes for all of you guys, is your sort of plan for these to all move in tandem, or, any differentiation in how you are looking to do patient data access engagement going forward? So Tab, I'm going to give you a second pass at that, just for the second half of the question.
That's actually a great question. And I know there's some very large payers out there that have opened it up to all of their, we call it lines of business, or their products, not just for the, government products. We looked at it very close early on. There is a cost to do that and a lot of operational components around it. We haven't moved on that at this time, but we still take that in consideration. Again, you're doing it just for a certain population. Why wouldn't you want to do that for your full population? But for Florida Blue, we still look at that as might the future thing to do.
Jason?
Yep.
So we're looking at it from what else is coming out from the state standpoint, and we want to be proactive. So we're trying to right now go and see what do we have to do ahead of time. And instead of waiting for a state to come out and tell us what can we do with our internal business partners to educate them, because there's some education around the non-regulatory side and opportunity that's available to them if they move forward with these, making all this data available, all, for regardless whether you're on a federal program or on a fully insured program, right? So we're working internally to try to educate for the opportunity. One thing I want to go back to is that when you look at it from, whether a patient's a patient, right? It doesn't matter whether you're in a federal program or in a fully insured program or administrative services side. We have to educate consistently across the board. So when they migrate from one plan to another, or they age in from one plan to another, the content doesn't change, the education doesn't change. It's just you're on a different line of business and the information is still available to you. So that's where we're also working on with our partners as well.
Harry?
So we're doing two approaches. I think we we have stakeholder meetings, but we are bringing an all payers group together starting next week to really address how we can leverage interoperability to benefit both providers and patients in the state. So we are looking to expand on that. And for us, a lot of those payers have their full populations in the exchange, commercial, Medicare, and Medicaid. So that's a win for us. The other thing is that we're moving forward with a tier 1 support contract to provide boots on the ground to support interoperability questions for education and outreach, both through our provider and payer and patient groups, because when the final rules or CMS rules on patient provider authorization finalized, there's going to be some support and outreach for that as well.
Kirk, anything on your side?
Yeah, I think, we're always going to be driven by what our members are asking from us in our focus groups and in the feedback that we get. And that's how we're going to prioritize the technology investments that we're going to make. There's at the same time, there's a lot of focus in being able to get our membership to use the capabilities that we have that allows them to do those things that help them navigate healthcare better and help us bring our, for example, customer support agents into their pockets through chat, help them understand how they can schedule care and what their costs are for that care. And so a lot of focus is being put on driving adoption of our application. And as I said, it's been working really well. So I expect that's where we will continue to prioritize our efforts until our membership, would ask for something different.
Yeah, no, I will point out for the audience that all of the commercial payers have plan apps where you can look up some information around costs, and those are going to, there are 500 services now, they're going to all services beginning of next year. We've also found that pretty much all of the Medicare Advantage and other plans also have these apps. We're at about 50% of people with credentials on the commercial side, but not all 50% using them. So it's, it's progress, like somebody noted, but not panacea there yet. So we've got 3 minutes left. So really quick, from one of the people is asking around the patient access APIs, specifically first, are they being, are you seeing people using them? Ryan, on the last panel, sort of threw a challenge out there. Are you doing a good job of educating members about them? And any issues with consent, given the difference between state and federal? So lightning round on this one. Anybody want to answer that? Jason, you want to start with adoption? Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I think adoption has been slow. It's been growing. We have a consistent number of apps using our marketplace or for the APIs, and we're starting to see some more patient engagement. It's just been a slow, and we reach out, during open enrollment, letting our members know that they have an opportunity to use these avenues.
Anybody else?
Same at Florida Blue, and same, very similar to Jason, with more education, with the mandates being finalized, 0057, understanding that where the industry's going on the standards, that's going to help continue to drive adoption and utilization.
We've seen an increase in hours. We've seen an increase in hours, but my challenge is there's nobody on the other side that can use fire or is willing to use it, although we're ready to go with it.
Okay. All right, then we are at the close of time for our panel. So everybody out there, please use your reaction and help me thank our esteemed panelists, Tab Harris, Gary Parker, Kirk Anderson, and Jason Teeple. And I'm happy to report that our next step is a 10-minute break. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back from your break, everyone. My name is Lorraine Dew, and I'm the Senior Policy Advisor with the Health Informatics and Interoperability Group in the Office of Burden Reduction and Health Informatics. And as you've heard earlier today, our office is responsible for deploying the interoperability policies to improve health information exchange both at CMS and across the industry. And we can't tell you how excited we are at everything that we've been learning and hearing at today's session. Our policies do affect regulated payers, Medicaid, Medicare Advantage, and certain commercial plans. But everything that we're learning, we are definitely going to take advantage of and take back and discuss amongst the team. Again, we really can't thank the participants enough for sharing all of their knowledge and their experience and everything that they've done to really make patient access to information available and better as we move forward. With that, I'm really happy to welcome Michael Parada of Docket Health, who's going to give you a demonstration of his application. So take it away, Michael, and thanks so much for joining us today.
Oh, thank you so much, Lorraine. All right, so hi, everybody. I'm Michael Parada, the CEO of Docket. And I'm so proud to be here to share our work with you all today. So much of what we do would not have been possible without support from ONC and CMS through a contract with Audacious Inquiry. So we're so grateful to have your continued support. At a high level, Docket's mission is pretty straightforward. We want to make it easier than ever for individuals to access personal and family immunization records. And we want to improve immunization adherence at population scale through reminders for upcoming and overdue immunizations. Today, Docket is connected to 8 different immunization information systems. The app is actually publicly available today in 6 jurisdictions: Alaska, Idaho, Minnesota, New Jersey, Utah, and Wyoming, with a couple more states expected to launch in the coming months. So far, there are about just under 3 million Docket users across those 6 jurisdictions. We also care very much about our user ratings. We're really proud of our user ratings. We read every user review. We're always trying to figure out how to improve Docket and make it even better. Healthcare is a huge sector. We're not trying to solve all of healthcare's problems today, but we really want to nail this one use case. And it's really important to us that we could show that we could be successful working together with government. And users take action on the information that they receive in Docket. We actually just launched a augmented reminder recall program last week. So we're really excited to see some of the results that will yield soon. So I'm sure everybody on this call is familiar with smart health cards. I'm sure everyone had a smart health card at one point during the pandemic. During the pandemic, it became the de facto standard for sharing verifiable COVID-19 vaccine credentials. As a feature of smart health cards, the health data is encoded onto the image of the QR code itself, which was great for a couple shots of Moderna or Pfizer, but really you can only pack as much information to that QR code as however complicated a QR code you can make. So there was a finite amount of data you can pack into a single smart health card. Additionally, if you printed them off on cards and dispersed them into the ethos, user can never revoke them. Their health data was out there until all of the physical cards were destroyed. And then also if a consumer got additional shots, they would need to print off a new smart health card. So while this was a big step forward in advancing consumer-mediated health information sharing, particularly in a pandemic use case, we really needed to innovate further for a wider use case as the pandemic waned. We didn't want to, we wanted to keep that momentum, that innovation spirit going outside the pandemic. So about this time last year, we partnered with the Commons Project, of course, Audacious Inquiry, Microsoft, and other industry leaders on developing a new standard called Smart Health Links. So in comparison to Smart Health Cards, Smart Health Links allow consumers to share their health information using passcode protected URLs with expiration dates. So I'm going to do a little demo of Docket here. I'm not going to go through the whole app, but just hit some of the key points here and show you a little bit how smart health links work and some of the promise of smart health links for tomorrow. So this is the main screen of Docket when you fire up the app. If an individual has Docket already set up on their phone, very easy to set up. You can just download the app for free on the iOS, on the Apple App Store, Google Play Store, or access it on the web. And just log in with Apple and Google is probably the easiest way. But if you fire up from a closed state and you show your face, if you're using Face ID on Apple, it'll launch you into the experience. And this is the main screen of Docket here. This is the immunization record screen. These are all test records, of course, but you can imagine this would be your whole family member on one screen where all the immunization records for your whole family are viewable in this collapsible and expandable accordion style format. For the purpose of this demo, I actually just have a couple of test records from different states, which is kind of why they all look a little bit different, because we modify the way we present data based on each state's preferences. By default, we group all of the individual vaccines by immunization series and then sort them by immunization status with overdue immunizations at the top, followed by the immunizations that are currently due, followed by current and complete immunization series towards the bottom. Individuals can access shot level detail by tapping into each immunization series. And if they have at least one COVID-19 vaccine, and if the state supports smart health cards, they can access the smart health cards by tapping a little QR code icon next to COVID-19. Of course, individuals can always have the option to share a PDF copy of their immunization records. So if I jump into this New Jersey record, I can get a couple different versions of my PDF record, which I can share using standard share functioning like text, email, print, that sort of thing. And this feature is really popular during back to school season. Parents will use Docket to easily share their child's immunization records, get them enrolled in kindergarten or daycare or 7th grade or what have you. So now I'll walk you through the process of setting up a smart health link. Here, I'll just tap on the URL button. And this would be for somebody who wants to share their full immunization record one time and have it auto update. So as further contrast from smart health cards, smart health links will allow you, a college student, for example, to share their immunization record with the school. That URL will be accessible for 4 years. So we'll set this to 4 years into the future. And for the purpose of the demo, I'll just set up a simple passcode and then activate my sharing link. Now, here up top, this is my this URL, that's my smart health link. And then I have the passcode right here. So you would need the combination of those two to access the individual's immunization records up until that expiration date, of course. So I'm just going to copy this to my clipboard, and then I'm going to Slack it to myself real quick. So pardon me while I just open up Slack and grab that link. And now I'm going to enter that simple passcode. 2, 3, 4. All right. So this is my smart health link viewable in the Commons project viewer. This is, of course, an open standard. There will be more viewers in the future, but this is just the first one that is publicly available. And we're always making improvements to it. So how the information is displayed in the Commons project viewer or other viewers, there's a whole work group contributing to that effort. While we think this is really cool, I mentioned for college students or folks who want to share their immunization records with their employer or whoever for at least a period of time. Our public health partners actually think this is a really great way for consumers to share their health data with research studies. And in that use case, the state would not have to manage additional integrations and that the research study would not require more calls to the state's immunization registry. So there are a couple of different really interesting use cases, we think, in the world of immunizations. And we're excited for the future of smart health links, but we're really not alone. Insurance companies are already using smart health links for insurance cards. NAPSIS is looking to smart health links to digitize vital records of birth certificates and death certificates. Washington State already has smart health links live for international patient summary, and more jurisdictions are looking to smart health links as a new standard for to share immunization records. So really excited to be some of the first kids on the block to pilot this new technology and get this out into the world. And excited for more to come. So I know we're coming up at time, but from all of us at Docket, thank you for giving us a shot. So I'll pass it over to Will. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Michael, and thank you for that excellent demo. So hello and welcome everyone to our next panel discussion. Improving patient access, the clinician experience. I think this has really been a tremendous day so far, really excellent content and discussion. And I'm really pleased and frankly honored to be able to be here to moderate this next session. My name is William Gordon. I'm a general internal medicine physician and clinical informaticist. I'm also a medical officer and senior advisor for data and technology at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation, also known as the CMS Innovation Center. I'm joined today by a distinguished group of clinicians and thought leaders to discuss the clinician experience of patient access to data. And I think we should just jump right in. So I'd like to start by giving each of our panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves, as well as their organization, and maybe start with telling us about the work you're doing around patients getting access to their own health information. And maybe Sarah, maybe I'll start with you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Sarah DeSilvi. I'm rural family practice in Northern Vermont, working in FQHC. I'm also the director of terminology for the Gravity Project and sit on high tech. So I'm very familiar with my ONC colleagues, and it's an honor to be here today. I think, so to briefly just setting the stage about what we're going to be talking about today, I think the history of the best approaches we know regarding patient access are really about patient engagement and patient centering. I hope we can speak to those areas over the course of the next hour and 45 minutes. But I also hope to speak from the rural perspective, where there are significant challenges in rural practice on meeting even patients where they are and their access to their own information. So thank you for having me. And I'm going to be looking forward to talking with you all today.
Thanks, Sarah, and thanks for being here. Amy, have you up next?
Hi, I'm Amy Gleason. I'm the Chief Product Officer at Main Street Health. And at Main Street, we are on a mission to reinvent rural healthcare, and we are the largest value-based provider that's focusing exclusively on the rural market. So that is also my passion. We partner with existing clinics and bring value-based care to their clinics, where we place a health navigator in each clinic to assist with value-based care activities, such as improving access to care, closing quality gaps, managing transitions of care, and assisting with a lot of social determinant of health issues. One of the functions that our navigators do is to help patients connect to their data, whether that's helping them log into their patient portal, connecting their app to a blue button, or even printing out information for them or their family if that's the best case for them. And our health navigators are always available to make sure that the patient and their caregivers have access to the information that they need, even if they need to phone them or see them in person. I'm excited about the panel today. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Arif?
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Arif Kamal. I'm a medical oncologist and palliative care physician by clinical training, and the first chief patient officer of the American Cancer Society, which is a mouthful to say that we do a lot of work in a lot of regions, and I appreciate people's focus on rural areas. I was born in a small town in Missouri. At the American Cancer Society, we touch about 50 million unique lives across 70% of all zip codes in the country through some sort of direct patient program or service, and are very interested and keen in watching the space, particularly in cancer care, where serious illness care is sort of moving geographies and locations, particularly what we think about as sort of the classic place to deliver cancer care is changing, both because of things like home-based cancer screening and what may come from a potential promise from blood-based tests and other ways to look for pan-tumor testing, as well as cancer care delivery in persons' homes or where they call home, which may be outside of a cancer center. And so in particular, we're paying attention to access to personal health records and health records that happen in sort of non-traditional settings and non-traditional ways, because for many patients, an experience with cancer is not as time limited as it historically has been, or as geographically limited in terms of where they receive care and where they thrive.
Fantastic. And Melissa.
Yes, hi, I'm Melissa. I am a registered nurse with Florence Health, and Florence Health provides senior-focused primary care through its own staff model branded clinics, as well as a network of affiliated practices, and we take the cost of care risk for our patients. We're heavily invested in cutting-edge technology, particularly data constructs, to do the job. So I personally have a history of working with kidney and pancreas transplant coordination and GI oncology navigation, currently in the primary care space, but I'm a huge advocate for nurse navigation and really enhancing communication and education for patients. Happy to be here.
Fantastic. It's a really great panel. Lots of experience, diversity of experiences and representation across the country and across different clinical areas. So there's a lot of potential places to start. Maybe I'll start with education, and this has come up a few times today, but really around patient education and about patient access to data. And I'm wondering if each of you could talk about any of the work that you're doing or involved with around patient education, any success stories for patients getting access to their health information, how education has really been a part of that work. And maybe we'll go reverse this time. So Melissa, I'll start with you, and then can kind of go through.
Sure. Yes, there has been a lot of talk about education, and I think that while all of these apps and ideas are fabulous, and I'm excited to hear about all of them, there's such a diverse group of people that's going to be receiving these results, education levels, cultural backgrounds, literacy levels, and involving the staff, involving the nurses. I just attended the Magnet Nursing Conference last week in Chicago, and I think nurses, I think they said about 90% of the world's healthcare workforce is nurses. And so, you have to really involve nurses in the discussion to be able to educate these patients and communicate the results. So what I'm doing on a daily basis is really personalizing education calls to patients based on their chronic conditions. A lot of talk about pre-counseling patients and really telling them, okay, this may be ordered for you. This is what this lab result could mean in the future, and just kind of reinforcing that we are there for the patient. So if they need to call us, if they need support, group information, resources, whatever the case is, we have to be there for the patients at the other end of that data. So I'm a huge advocate for patient education.
Yeah, maybe I'll kind of read to you, like certainly in the oncology space, this comes up a lot around oncology specific data and the complexity of interpreting it. Kind of curious your thoughts on obviously it's important, but there's more nuance there, and how do you think about it?
Yeah, and the challenge is really on both sides of the equation. So, if you look at the number of manuscripts that are published daily, and even if you said 1% of them are relevant to an oncology professional, that's about 50 articles you'd have to read per day to stay abreast. And so the magnitude of information coming our way as oncology professionals is unprecedented, is to say the least. I mean, the most number of FDA approvals of any drugs over the last 20 years have been in the oncology space. And I personally counted 300 different FDA actions since I finished fellowship, which wasn't that long ago. And so, there's a real challenge of keeping up with that information from an educational perspective from the clinician space, extraordinarily challenging. And then you've got sort of the patients and their caregivers and persons at risk for cancer who are also trying to weigh through the sea of information as well. And the reality is, just like in anything, every cancer is not the same, and a person who has multiple myeloma doesn't have the same issues as lung cancer. And so even describing to patients, the uniqueness between those two things and telling them that, some of the information is unique ends up being a bit of a challenge. And so I think for us, it's really a challenge of curation and tailoring and presenting information in a way that's actionable and usable, because there's no lack of information out there related to cancer. What people lack is sort of going from sort of data to knowledge to wisdom, kind of going across that continuum. And in cancer, there's just so much data we have to aggregate it so it gets to knowledge and wisdom. The way we're doing that at ACS, I'm not sure we've got it right, but what we're looking at is taking like our 3,000 web pages that we have on cancer information and using large language models to curate that so that the user experience is tailored to their condition. Because if you have breast cancer, the amount of information you need about lung cancer is really small, because the overlap, as we're getting more precise in cancer, it's actually not all that much, really. And so having a conversational large language model generated AI chatbot as an example to have a curated conversation with you is really important. The other thing we did too, like others have shared too, is we released our own patient-facing app, which is not to just sort of ride the wave of having apps, but ACS hasn't had a patient-facing one in its 110-year history. And the reason we did that is to give people a curated experience too. So a way to collect the right articles for them within our corpus of information, which I mentioned is a lot, and help them go down the right space. So for example, if you're 30 years old and you're diagnosed with testicular cancer or ovarian cancer or whatever, it's salient for someone to have a conversation with you and for you to learn about fertility preservation. That's clear. But what's not clear is that if you're a 30-year-old visiting any number of cancer sites and looking for education, that you won't get prompted to look at that content. And that's what we're trying to change in our approach.
Fantastic. And on the rural side, maybe starting with Amy, kind of curious your perspective. You don't have to limit it to your experience on the rural side, but just in that lens, different approach, similar approach. How do you think about it?
Yeah, I think we talk about data and asking if patients have their data, but I think it really makes the most sense to talk about it in context. So somewhat similar to what was just said. So, just trying to get people to get access to their data. Maybe it's not that important. Maybe they don't understand why, but if they have a medication that they have to go off of because their kidney function values have increased or decreased, then that's the time to say, hey, do you know how to follow these values? Do you understand what they mean? And show them how to access the patient portal or whatever app they would like to use and how to follow that information. Or after, they've gone to see a specialist and the primary care provider is talking to the patient, say, hey, I got this from an exchange and I just have your specialist note, or however they got it. Do you know how to access this? Do you want to take it home and share it with your family and, be able to read this? I think it's giving that context and education on why it's important, and having somebody that's available, like our health navigators are always a resource to help them, which means the provider doesn't get bogged down in the exam room having to explain how to use a patient portal, or even their nurse. It's nice if you can have someone that's dedicated to that in your office as one of their duties to be able to point them to and get them that access. And so I think in the rural area, I think most people still have technology and things just like others. We mainly work with Medicare patients. And so, a lot of them don't have a Medicare.gov login or don't know how to get into their login. And so sometimes that education is just helping them figure out how to reset a password or how to get into that and keep their information secure. I think if you tailor it to the patient and provide education and are just patient with them, they'll start to see the value and use that next time.
Great. And I'm going to try to, apparently I'm quiet, so I'm going to try to speak more closely to my microphone here, but let me know if this is better. And finally, and Sarah, kind of curious your thoughts as well here. Is it similar themes here across rural specialty, or are you seeing anything different or unique around education?
Yeah, I'm going to make sure to keep my primary care hat on as well, because I think it is kind of a unique, it's a very important perspective. I know that Melissa was speaking to this as well. But I think one of the things that's important for me to educate on from my rural FQHC perspective is that there are 3 different main systems my patients interact with on a daily basis. There's me, the small rural hospital, rural FQHC, the small rural hospital, and the academic medical center far down the way that high risk and high needs patients go to. Each of them have different engagements and timing regarding their release of records to any portal. So my patients are required to have multiple portals. We've heard about this earlier on, but the timing and cadence and what information is released to each of them is different. And I don't even have the information as soon as some of my patients do. like the academic medical center has no direct interface with my FQHC. So labs come via fax, where the small rural hospital comes in direct. And so part of educating patients is helping them understand that space too. Like, this is the ecosystem we practice in. This is the information that comes to me immediately. This is the information that comes to you immediately. This is the information that's going to take me a week or so, right? It's all about timing and understanding finding. And then the other thing I want to state, and we'll probably pick this theme up like later on, is it really, comes down to patient-centeredness. I said this in the beginning. So timing, like release into the ecosystem, patient access really matters if you have like critically more if you haven't top loaded information, like, why am I ordering this? What am I looking for? And what might I find, right? And then part of our job as well, and I know Arif was talking about this, and we've heard this as well, is I curate resources. I suggest to my patients, I say, these are the places you should go. If you're a breastfeeding mother, here's the layman's resource. If you're a breastfeeding mother, here is the lactate resource, right? So regardless of what information you want, regardless of when you get access, there's a spectrum of trusted resources I know that you can use to interpret what you're finding, even before I call you back, right? So it's really about the principles of like educating to the ecosystem and the timing and nuances of that ecosystem we practice in, and educating to the expectations, like, what will you be seeing and what were we looking for? And where can you go to find more information before I talk to you if I'm not talking to you immediately? And I would say that those are the biggest ones. And it's all from like a patient-centered perspective. And regardless of rural, the still getting labs via fax is not just a rural problem, but it definitely is my experience in rural Vermont.
Yeah, I think there's an important metric in these discussions: time to fax. When is the first time the fax is mentioned?
I know, I said it.
Yeah, but 15 minutes is pretty good. I think that that time is maybe that's an important metric for interoperability, is how long it takes to pick them up in these discussions. I think that's and faxing, the realities of faxing obviously is still used, and I think one of the kind of segue to the next question here. There's obviously patients who we've heard from perspectives today that have like one password and are able to navigate multiple devices and really aggregate data, and are trying to find their Medicare.gov login. But then there's also patients who don't have a smartphone, who aren't even really thinking about any of that stuff. And I think the term digital divide is probably overused, underspecified at this point. But I think about that as just there's some gap between the accessibility and access to technology across a population, where population can be defined in any way you define population: demographics, disease state, age, etc. And I think with that in mind, kind of curious your thoughts on that, and where you see that most pronounced, and importantly the work you're doing to address that, in the work you're doing. So hard to know. Maybe start with Amy. Maybe I'll start with you this time. And obviously, folks, feel free to jump in with any other thoughts here.
I think there is a wide variety, and I don't think you can necessarily boil it down to age or rural, or I think it just varies across people and their preferences as well. And so I think you have to meet people where they are. If they want paper or they don't have a smartphone, then help them get that, implement easy to use systems that don't require so many password changes and complexity. Like, you can do the smart magic link and send them a link where they just click it and go straight in because they've already authenticated their email or their phone. I think, having text smart systems in the age of AI, like let them text in a question and get their results back by text. I think you have to meet everyone where they are. And, my daughter has a rare disease and she has 23 patient portals, and she's 25 and she struggles with all these portals. So I don't think it's necessarily an age or any of that. I think you have to meet people where they are and make it as easy as possible for the patient. I think, sorry, one more thing. I think I know I've said this before, but I think we hear from practices that they don't want to have to spend all this time. They were trying to teach people to do Blue Button at one of our practices, and it was taking them so much time that they just abandoned the project. And so instead of that, if you can train some of your staff to be able to do that and do it quickly or in a way that's not slowing down the clinic volume, it's such an important thing that, I would encourage people not to just abandon it and find ways that they can still help people get their data.
I agree with Amy that it needs to be personalized. I don't know that it necessarily is age. I mean, of course, I'm right now dealing with Medicare population, so we do have, patients in their 90s. Some are very savvy with how to use technology. Others don't have a computer in their home or a smartphone or any way or any interest in really doing it. Sometimes some of them really prefer to meet with a provider one-on-one. So it is about making it individualized. I think, with all of the apps that are created, the inability to read small text is also a barrier for them and something that really just makes them not interested in going forward with it. So yes, it's all about individualized care for sure.
Sarah, are you any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry. I was going to pipe in that I'm going to put on both hats for a second here. So first, I'm just going to acknowledge that the Gravity Project just finished addressing digital equity. And then I didn't even mention Gravity Project's an accelerator project that has a charter to develop data standards to address the social determinants of health. And that's the work I lead as a terminologist, along with colleagues at the Gravity Project across our broad stakeholders. But we just finished addressing digital access and digital literacy in August. So this topic is incredibly fresh to mind. And there's a couple of things I want to just, after mentioning that, I want to bring forth. So absolutely, like centering on the person is so critically important. One of the questions that we ask in our practice is, what does access look like to you? Like, what access do you want, right? And how do I support you in getting that? Right? And not making assumptions that the access I conceptualize is the access my patients want and need, and making sure I'm meeting them where they are. So 100% want to echo and hold up everything Amy and Melissa were just saying. But I do need to kind of lean into the digital divide element, because I note very clearly that there is what we call, we separated in Gravity, the community level access and then personal level access. Many of my patients have access with a iPad or a computer or something, but they have no access at home, right? Because virality is a truth. And so my my COVID telehealth and current telehealth experience is often driving down to the local convenience store and picking up access in the parking lot, because that's where it is, right? Because families can't afford to have access at home, so they're going off their cellular data. So that's a really important thing to keep in mind as well when we're thinking about, again, like, what does access mean like to you? What are your barriers to access? And the last thing I want to add is, again, something that we know we pull forward is organizational responsibility. And Amy was speaking to that too. There's like personal digital literacy, and then there's organizational literacy. Like, how are we meeting you where you are? Like, how are our tools meeting you? How are we making it easier? And again, we each have responsibility as people in the care team to make sure that we're leaning into those things, so that we're not putting the burden all entirely on our patients to find their information in ways that we think that they need to.
Yeah, I'll just add that, and those are all great points. I think oftentimes we default to digital navigation as sort of being the way for people to kind of navigate the healthcare system, navigate their results, navigate sort of connections to clinicians. And we've done that both because you can scale it and because that may be a preferential way for people to want to be navigated. But I also just want to highlight, right, the Medicare physician fee schedule rule potential change that will go, of which there'll be final comment here pretty soon, really calls out this idea that there's an analog version to this too. It's called professional non-clinical navigation that may in fact have a reimbursement pathway. And so as we think about that, I think that's a great answer to this health equity issue, which is, so how does one get help at elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder with looking at the results, navigating the health system, interpreting things that are coming their way, which for various reasons are hard to understand. And I mentioned myself, even as an oncologist, I can get a report today that I don't know how to interpret either. So to be clear, that problem is everywhere. But I think that's a major step forward for health systems and others to use a workforce that is professional, that is paid, that is reimbursed, that is skilled, that is credentialed, to be the allies to patients and their caregivers, to provide navigation services where digital navigation is not the preferred or best way for them to navigate the health system. And I think that's really important to call out.
Yeah, I think I certainly agree with that. Sometimes the way I think about it, you just need to pick up the phone, right? You can do all this stuff, try to automate a baseline, but it's like a visit or a phone call just to figure out what's going on and to move folks through the complexity of care. I think one of the shifting gears a little bit, when I talk to other clinicians, the overwhelming majority are supportive of patients having access to their data. There's no question about it. But there's nuance, right? I think it's disingenuous to say that every provider in the country wants patients to have access to data all the time. And we've all seen there's been very public pushback here. And I've, myself have directly experienced as a clinician times where ready access to data has created anxiety, right? Where a radiology report comes back at 9 p.m. and there's not really someone there to help them interpret the nuance of the results. And I think this has been the feedback, and some of the concern has been particularly pronounced in the oncology space, but certainly is there in others as well. And again, just to be clear, that it's not that patient access data is bad, at least some of my discussions with other providers, but there's complexity here. And I think, I'm kind of curious thoughts, and maybe I'll start with Reece just because of the oncology call out here. What are your thoughts here on the timing of the patient data? How do we address this, right? Knowing that it's a good, or that the majority of the providers think it's good, and this has been published and studied, but there is still like some nuance around opportunities to make it even better, to kind of address some of the concerns that have been raised.
Yeah, maybe I'll say something a little controversial. In my clinical experience, I'm not sure that the majority of my patients want immediate access to data. I think what they want access to is interpretation, knowledge, wisdom, action, the pieces that help them make a decision. But I'm not so sure that a chloride level that's slightly high or a BUN of 42 is a reason for anyone to be concerned. I don't. And so that's the data issue. The data issue is, do you show someone a BUN of 42? Sure, you can. But to the point of that's interpreted or wise or helps make a decision, I ignore those every day. And I feel perfectly fine about doing that. And part of our clinical experience and training is to know which pieces are important and which are not. And so when you democratize it, certainly you provide it for everyone. But I do find more patients that are sort of saying, like, which of this is important, which is signal and which is noise. And I think that filtration of signal and noise is frankly what people are looking for. And I do think that that's what clinicians, what we provide to people is the signal to noise ratio. Like, is this a thing? Like, is this something to be worried about or not? And that will always be our role. But I do wonder about sort of a filter, if you will, or a lens through which people can look at signal to noise, or we help people. Because what I hate to know is when people at 2 a.m. are looking at their portal, see a BUN of 42, and then lose all this sleep to then call me in the morning and for me to say, oh, I didn't even notice that. And no, don't even give that a second thought. And closing that gap from lost, like data, lost sleep, interpretation by me is, I think, where we want to go. And what, there's patient education things and stuff you can do that too. But like, you could Google a BUN of 42 and probably find something bad about a GI bleed. Like, you could, I imagine if you looked hard enough, you could find that. But the reality is, for most people, that's not. And I think that closing that gap from data to knowledge to make decisions is where we want to be.
Yeah, the labs are red, right? And the red is always, Sarah, maybe I'll ask, can I get your thoughts here?
I think I want to support that. Look, the ultimate goal is to get informed results, right? I do think, though, that when I started to analyze my own engagement with patients on the portal regarding labs and instantaneous labs, right, I realized that there were predictable things I could say in advance to alleviate anxiety. Right. So the things that you just I've just mentioned, like, yes, I'm like, and so I realized that if I created some kind of like it's not a handout because it's electronic. It's like, I'm ordering this for this reason. You might see these things. That's okay. Right. If you have more questions, go here. Right. I'm going to get back to you as soon as I can. Right. This is not abnormal unless this. So if you see it, don't worry. I'll get back to you as soon as I can, right? So once I realized that there was this pattern, I started to educate to that pattern when I ordered the labs, and now my patients just know. Like, I was laughing. I was about to go on a patient access panel this afternoon. My first patient of the morning said, "This is what I knew regarding my blah, 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 because you have the last year." And I was like, yes, like, amazing, good job, right? And that's really critically important also with pediatric labs and family practice, right? So most labs don't correct for pediatric factors, and like the 2 labs that I interface with don't. So patients get alarms, and I was like, then they're like, oh, I remember you said this, and you pointed me here if I had more questions. So as much as I acknowledge that the goal is to get informed results, because that's why we order them, right? To like work through results with people and patients and center their concerns. There's a lot of information that we know we can give ahead of time to not have the anxiety in the result, because we also are missing and don't hear about the anxiety before the result because we're not talking to patients. So even if we hold the result hostage, like we don't know if people are worrying prior to us getting there. So that's my last statement. I'm sorry if it went on too long.
No, maybe, and Melissa, Amy, certainly curious your thoughts here as well, and just maybe even add like an extra question here. Is there certainly education and kind of the pre-evaluation, pre-test, like talking about it? Is there a better opportunity for UI enhancements, for EHR functionality? Like, is that also a component of improving these processes in data sharing?
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree with what you guys are saying about the pre-counseling and really having education tied to the results, because they could get this result and what does that mean? I think when I was working as a GI navigator, patients that come to the office and are sitting there and hear their positive biopsy result, they're only hearing a fraction of what's being told to them in that moment. So if they're able to receive this result ahead of time, which I'm an advocate for, in the setting of their own home, with their family around them, that can give them support, that gives them time to prepare questions, come to the appointment prepared, and really come with a plan and be a part of the plan with the provider. I think moving forward in the future, it would be amazing if we could have biopsy results, let's say, published to a portal, and then very up-to-date education materials automatically attached to it, or possibly even a pathway through the portal where, patients can choose their path. Do they want a navigator to contact them? Do they want a soonest appointment with the provider? Do they want support group information sent to them? Because that's individualized. And I think that's really what patients are looking for. They don't want to be a number in the healthcare system. They want to know that they're valued. So I think something, simple like a hemoglobin A1C would be beneficial too for a patient to know and find out before they have their appointment. They can look, they can make diet changes, exercise changes. So I think overall the access part of it is positive for sure.
And I know this is going to be my common answer, but I also think this should be individualized to the patient. So some people want to know the results right away, even if it's going to be something that they will want to talk to their provider about, and it might cause them anxiety. They still want to know the information so they can be reading, looking things up and talking to people, preparing before they talk to their provider. I don't know if you've ever waited for a stressful test result, but I have. And, if it's Friday and you don't get that result, now you're going to have to wait till at least Monday. I would much rather get that result on Friday and not have to wait and worry all weekend long. So I think, for every case that there's a negative, there are also a lot of cases there's a positive to retrieve it right away. But I do think some patients are anxious about it or worried, and you could always ask them, would you like to get this before I may have a chance to reach out to you? No, and give that pre-counseling, like you were saying, of, don't worry about this and that, or would you rather me deliver the results or a navigator or something like that? So I think that's an important piece of this as well. My daughter, when she was diagnosed, actually, they called me at 3 a.m. and told me to rush her to the hospital because of one of her lab results was critical. But I already knew that was because of her disease that she'd just been diagnosed with that afternoon. And so, if I had that information, it was fine, but they called me anyway with the critical result and scared me to death, telling me go straight to the hospital, So I think as long as you have that information or the way to look it up, then, it's very powerful to the patient. We should always make sure that they, it's their data, it's their information, and they should have it if they want.
Yeah.
And I'll just add real quick here that we were just reviewing the calls we get to the American Cancer Society. We get about 250,000 calls per year to our cancer information line. It's not uncommon that people do call us at 2 a.m. and read their path report or read their radiology report to us, to cancer information specialists or ONS certified nurses on our call center, who then walk them through that, right? So if it says, fibroglandular changes, right, then you can say to someone with a decent amount of certainty, well, that's probably not something to worry a lot about. Do talk to your clinicians tomorrow about this. And so we get to a place. So, I think that both that, thinking about what people see, but also making sure that they're going to see it 24/7. And so part of our responsibility, in addition to, I think, the pre-ordering counseling, which is brilliant, and I love that you're doing that, is also thinking through, where should a person at 2 a.m. turn to, and can we at least give them that guidance? Because I think the answer of, hey, call us in the morning, I'm not sure that works, because we live in a 24/7 information economy. And I think we should be prepared. If not our health systems or our provider groups, then nonprofits or advocacy organizations somewhere, because sometimes what people want is just a sense of sort of normalization and comfort and being heard and listened to, even if the idea is not to say, okay, this is what this lab means, but it could be like, yes, that seems like an abnormal lab. And yes, I'm not sure that means you should go to the emergency room tonight, for example. And yes, that's something you should bring up with your oncologist tomorrow. That even that has a certain power to it, that's other than, good luck, or go to the emergency room, or wait for someone to call you back, 12 hours later.
Yeah.
I do want to add one more thing. We also do need to improve the UI and experience in all of these apps, so it should be, in the age of all this information and AI, we should be able to distill the information, at least to give some high level things, and get them where to go. So I do think the UI is a big challenge with the portals as well.
Yeah. So we're coming up at time here. I wanted to ask maybe each of you to give a minute or so of thoughts on this last question, and kind of what's next, right? What do you, when you think about patient access to data, we've talked about some of these issues around UI and patient autonomy, and patient education. What do you think is next, and what's the most important thing that we should be focused on as providers, with respect to patient access to information in the next 2, 5, and 10 years? And what does it take to get there, and will we get there? Sarah, you're off mute. Maybe I'll start with you.
Okay, because it's only 5 minutes, I'm going to say the most important thing, I think, is asking patients who matters to them, and making sure that we build systems that allow the people that matter to them to have the information they need to help take care of them, right? Whether it be a caregiver, like the child, the aging parent and the child example earlier on today, it's step-in parents, or like equivalent parents, foster parents, social care from Gravity, it's people on the social care team, right? So who matters to you, and making sure that whoever matters to the patient is somehow intelligently included in our information sharing with patient consent. I would say that's the most important.
Arif?
Well, I think that two major disruptors in cancer care are going to be pan-tumor early cancer detection and site of service change. And, both have data implications to it. One is really an interpretation function, which is the signal to noise ratio of, I took a blood test, now it says I have a blank risk of pancreas cancer, and here's the things I need to do. And what we want to make sure is people have the information to be able to act upon that. And again, have to go through the journey of worry and, false positives and other things. So it's good to get the science right. So that's an important place to keep an eye on within cancer. The other place is site of service change. I mean, I think there are some of us in the field that really are projecting that, maybe a third of cancer care will not be delivered in cancer centers within the next 5 years. And as that happens, it means that there'll be more data monitoring how people are doing. It might be patient-reported outcomes. It might be remote patient monitoring, passive data collection through smartphones, and other ways to know in an air traffic control type of way, how is my population of cancer patients doing in their homes in terms of how they're moving around, functioning, and how their symptoms are, toxicities, et cetera. And what that means is that there's an interpretation function on the clinician side, like data coming in from an airplane, right, through air traffic control. But there's also bidirectional communication and letting people know, like, here's what we're watching, here's what we see, here's what we know, here's how you can augment that data that's either automatically collected or, patient reported. And here's this relationship that we have, which is in this digital ecosystem, about what we know about you and what we're trying to predict, for example. Because what we don't want to do is a phone call in the middle of the night that says, hey, Mrs. Jones, you have a 23% risk of going to the emergency room in the next 5.5 days. And now what you've lost is the sense of trust. Wait, how do you know that about me? Wait, what are you grabbing from my phone? Wait, how am I not part of that data collection story? And how can I augment that? Because maybe that answer is wrong. Maybe it's not 23%. Maybe it's 85% because there's a component of that story that you're not collecting. And so I think that trust issue is important. Bidirectional communication and sharing is important. And recognizing that a lot of the serious illness care is not going to happen in places where we have a lot of control, which is going to be in a hospital because we control all the data sources there. It's going to be in places like person's homes where data is going to look different. I think that's important.
Amy, and then I'll close Melissa.
Yeah, I think we need to continue standardizing and requiring data sharing and making it easier for patients to get their information. And as we talked about, the educational piece and providing them resources from the places they're already going and giving them the way they need it and the way they want it individualized, as well as using the power of all this technology that we've built to make it easier for the patient and their family.
Yes, and I think first and foremost is nurses need to be involved in these conversations with app development, the design, all of that, because we are at the bedside holding the patient's hand, and even in the offices, really making sure they understand what's going on with their health plan. Communication, education, cannot stress that enough. So really making individualized plans for these patients once the labs or the biopsies come through. That will make these patients feel valued. And isn't that what we're all here for, right?
That's great. It's fantastic. Thank you. And I just echo, the importance of nursing here, and how often they're nursing's on the front line for answering and fielding these questions. So thank you. Thank you to our panelists. This was a fantastic discussion. For those keeping track, I think facts came up twice and took 15 minutes. So that's the facts metric for this discussion. But really a really thoughtful discussion on a very, very complex topic. And I think folks can see the chat. There's a lot of thoughtful comments in there as well. So again, thank you to our panelists. And I will now turn it over to Steve Posnack from ONC.
All right, thanks, Will. Phew, we made it, and we are remarkably on time pretty much all day today. Everyone gets a gold star. What a great day. The specificity, the personal stories, the depth, and the breadth, it was all really captivating. So thank you all for joining us today. We had hundreds of attendees throughout the day. Special thanks to my ONC colleagues and Team CMS involved in planning the event. So Amanda, Jean, Francesca, Cannon, Lana, John, Elise, Maggie from ONC, Lorraine, Alex, Rachel, and Scott from CMS, as well as Will is just on. Also special thanks to our Deputy Secretary Palm and our National Coordinator and all of the speakers and demos that we saw today as well. We are really grateful for all of our speakers and participants and the work that you are doing on a daily basis to improve health and support patient access to health information. I know it may seem like we have a daunting set of challenges ahead, but I do want to take a step back and acknowledge and recognize the sheer progress we have made in healthcare in a relatively short period of time. The conversation is maturing from access in general, so let's not take our eye off that ball, to real specific uses and strategies aimed at fundamental changes to the way we engage in our health with data. So in addition to the work that you heard about from our colleagues in the public and private sectors, you also heard that ONC, CMS, and the rest of our federal partners remain committed to making it easier for patients to access and use their health information. This includes, the applicable specific regulatory approaches that you're all well familiar with, as well as collaborative initiatives like the Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement that we're also spearheading too. So let's talk about some key takeaways from the day. Today had it all. So you got stats, you got personal stories, you heard from health professionals and patients about their experiences. You got strategies for how your industry peers are trying to tackle disparities and health equity challenges. You got some witty panel banter. You got some demos. And maybe, just maybe, you even got access to your health information. I'm looking at you, multitaskers. We also heard from leaders who touch all points of the healthcare experience, and I'm confident that we all can use their ideas to continue to empower patients to be active participants in their health and care. We did hear challenges and opportunities facing software developers and the tech community in general. And again, the experience panels, just the one right before me and the one before that, about navigating the health system, points of friction, and other situations that may continue to be challenges that we'll need to resolve. So again, on behalf of everyone at ONC and our colleagues at CMS, really want to thank you for your engagement today, all throughout the day. I know it's a lot to do these virtually, but in the chat, the reactions, it's all great. Really appreciate it. A few brief announcements while I've got everyone's attention, and before I turn it over to our last speaker. Please register for the ONC annual meeting happening in Washington, D.C. on December 14th and 15th at the Omni Shoreham Hotel. Lots of great panels planned, and more sessions on patient access, a number of other hot topics in the health IT space. For those of you traveling to DC, there is a room block available until November 20th, and you can go to oncannualmeeting.com, all one word. And with that, I, again, on behalf of me and the rest of the team, just thank you so much for your attendance today. And I am privileged to turn it over to our colleague from the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy for some final remarks, Catherine Young. So over to you, Catherine. Just got to unmute, I think, on the Zoom.
Can you hear me now?
You're all good. Take it away.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Steve, for the introduction. And it is just for this opportunity in general to provide remarks today as we close out this really incredibly important event. My name is Catherine Young, and I serve as the Assistant Director for Cancer Moonshot Policy and International Engagement. As many of you know, while first launched in 2016 under then Vice President Biden, the Cancer Moonshot was reignited by now President Biden and the First Lady last year, and it comes with it two new and audacious goals. The first is to reduce the cancer death rate in the United States by 50% over the next 25 years, preventing at least 4 million cancer deaths by the year 2047. And although speaking as a scientist myself, and no doubt there are many of you listening today who love numbers and stats just as much as I do, it is essential to remember that this quantifiable goal is much more than numbers. The numbers represent real people. They represent our parents, our loved ones, sometimes even our children, all looking for more time together. And that is why there is a second goal of the Cancer Moonshot, to improve the experience of those living with and surviving cancer. Since reigniting the Cancer Moonshot, the President and the First Lady have made it very clear that this is a fight they are unwilling to postpone. They want to build a world where the word cancer loses all of its power, where people don't have to face complicated care plans alone, where patients are empowered when it comes to making their own decisions, where a diagnosis is no longer a death sentence. And to meet this goal, the President and the First Lady have called on federal agencies, researchers, healthcare professionals, leaders, and advocates across the cancer community to share their knowledge and their skills, and, well, yes, you guessed it, to share their data, and importantly, empower patients. And many of you sitting here listening today have stepped up to the plate, and we are deeply appreciative of that. Because we know that every single medical interaction, every single research data point collected on a patient is something we can and should be learning from within the appropriate privacy frameworks. And it is time that we lift the shroud of secrecy that surrounds data, that we lift the perceived ownership of it, and that we genuinely start to include patients as partners in their own medical journey. But if it were that easy, well, none of us would be sitting here today working together instead to build the world where each cancer patient benefits from their data and the insights generated by the collective experience of the entire cancer community. And it is because of this recognition that the President has convened for the first time a cancer cabinet, bringing together over 20 U.S. agencies and departments, which have already spurred tremendous actions including over 50 new federal programs, policies, and initiatives, and over 100 private sector announcements, all in alignment with the mission of the Cancer Moonshot, many in the areas of data and data sharing. For example, NCI launched CC Direct, Childhood Cancer Data Integration for Research, Education, Care, and Clinical Trials. It's an unprecedented public-private partnership that brings together over 22 organizations to support children, adolescents, and young adults in their cancer journey by, in part, building a patient-centered, standardized, shareable, and portable cancer health record that will not only facilitate research, but also clinical trial participation. And if it's going to be shareable and portable, then we have to have the systems in place to be able to make it shareable and portable. And so we were thrilled at the announcement by ONC at the beginning of the year about the approval of the first cohort of qualified health information networks participating in TEFCA, the 21st Century Cures Act requirement, to create a network of networks for sharing health data across the country. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, and you've heard this already, but I do want to impress that these organizations make up 90% of US hospitals and tens of thousands of providers that are all now working together to create a nationwide system that enables safe and easy sharing of healthcare information across care settings with the focused goal of increased access to data for improved health outcomes. And we are also so heartened to see the major efforts underway like CancerX, a national accelerator to boost innovation in the fight against cancer that will undoubtedly help us galvanize the innovation and technology communities to unlock cancer patient data from silos, lower the friction to sharing it, as well as infuse the urgency to get patients' data into their hands. We are also working towards a world where consented patient data can cross borders easily to be used to accelerate the understanding of these diseases and the development of new treatments. And if we're going to take a step back and look at the global stage, we are making great strides in negotiating with partners like the EU on ways that we can share data that both respects and retains the privacy components of GDPR while removing the barriers impeding greater scientific collaboration and cooperation across borders. We've come a long way, but we still have much more work to do. And improving this experience for patients is personal for the President and First Lady. And he often reminds us that this can be a matter of life or death. Data fuels better research and scientific discovery. It holds the potential to open the door to new pathways and treatments for patients that don't have any. It allows patients to become empowered when it comes to their own care, but only if we're able to find ways to share it quickly, safely, and securely. At the Cancer Moonshot, we aspire to a future in which everyone in America can live a long and healthy life, irrespective of zip code, gender, and race. But we will only be able to reach the President's audacious Cancer Moonshot goals if we are able to solve for these really complex data sharing issues and include patients at their rightful place at the head of the table. But we know we can get there, especially when like-minded and motivated people like yourself who are at the center of reforming systems and designing new ways, better ways of doing things. And when companies, healthcare providers, researchers, and communities pull together and focus on outcomes for the patient, not for the bottom line, but for the good of humanity. Because the reality is that no one escapes the grip of cancer. It eventually touches us all in one way or another. And much like the President says, we don't have a single minute to waste. Thank you for allowing me to be with you today, and thank you all for your dedication to ending cancer as we know it.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Wow, what an incredible day we've had together. Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Moriarty. I'm a senior advisor in the Office of Policy, leading the patient access work at ONC. And I want to thank you all for being with us today for these really important conversations around patient access. Both are very engaged participants. I still have to go back and read all of the chat, and our incredible speakers. I hope that you've learned some valuable insights today. I know that I did. And I look forward to continuing these discussions and working with this community to make health data more available and useful for patients. I also want to remind you that today's event is being recorded and we'll post the recording on healthit.gov in the coming days. This concludes our event. So thank you and good night.